2021. Warm welcome to Safa Quiz and Elocution Contest 2021, organized and conducted by the Institute of Certified Management Accountants of Sri Lanka with the blessings and the organization of the South Asian Federation of Accountants. And before we proceed, may I cordially invite our distinguished president of CMA Sri Lanka, Professor Lakshman R. Watawala, to address the gathering, to make his welcome address. Professor Lakshman R. Watawala, sir, the floor is yours.
Good evening to all of you. I think Ms. Helen, it will be a good morning. So let me welcome you all to the Safa Elocution and Quiz Contest that is being hosted by the Institute of Certified Management Accountants of Sri Lanka, or CMA Sri Lanka. So very warm welcome to all, including our participants. I'm very happy to welcome our president of Safa, Mr. Delva Hussain, who's present with us, our vice president of Safa, Mr. Hennayaka Bandara. He is, of course, our vice president of CMA Sri Lanka also. A warm welcome to him. And of course, our panel of judges headed by Ms. Helen Partridge. A warm welcome to you. I know that it's quite very early in the day, but we are very happy. Then, of course, Mr. Paul Thompson, you're also from the same region. Can I see you? I have not seen Mr. Paul Thompson. Is he there? Paul?
I am here.
Oh, Paul,
yes.
Good. Huh?
Good morning.
Well, I remember
Good
you
evening.
coming to Sri Lanka for our. I'm sorry that
I do recall.
We are online. Then, of course, Dr. Jai Kumar Batra, Mr. Mohammed Halim, who are our panel of judges. Then we have Mr. Mudit Vasista from the Safa Secretariat. I think he's been doing a great job and helping us a great deal. And of course, we have our chairman of the CMA Safa Elocution and Quiz Competition, Mr. Ruchira Pereira. I know that he's been working day and night to make this a success. And of course, our contest master, Mr. Dayan Abewodna, he is a Toastmaster, so he's Toastmaster, Mr. Dayan Abewodna, and I think he has been conducting the last 1 hour session with our participants, and I'm sure that all of them would have been able to get to know all details. So today, the technological revolution has put us in a very different map. I think CMA Sri Lanka has been trying to organize for maybe 3 last 3 years, but today we have been able to really make it happen. So I'm very happy that all of you who have helped us in organizing this present here, and this is really going to be a very a novel mode that we have introduced today. Although the COVID-19 pandemic is there, we accountants in the Safa region have been able to overcome all this pandemic, and today we are all meeting online. So it's indeed a very great occasion, and I'm also happy that Sri Lanka has been able to host this. And I have been, of course, I don't know whether all of you know that I was one who signed the agreement for the formation of Safa in New Delhi. I think so many years back. It was indeed a very great occasion. Today we have made it. It was there where we met physically, but today we are meeting online and using Zoom. And we are very thankful to Zoom for giving this connectivity, which is really something very wonderful, and it's helped all of us. Let me also thank everyone, all the participants. A lot of preparations have been gone, not only for this contest, but also on the for the portion of the participants. So today is the elocution contest. Tomorrow is the quiz contest. So let me wish all our participants good luck, and our judges, I'm sure that they will take the right decision to select the best. I'm sure it's 1, 2, 3, I think that they are looking, or I do not have that number that I'm there, but I'm sure they will do their job and select them. So let me give my good wishes to all our participants and all our members who have helped us and those who are here present today. And CMA on our part are very, very happy that we have been able to make this a grand success, not only with us, but also our colleagues who are the Sri Lankan chartered accountants, because as I said, when I signed the agreement, I was the president of the Chartered Institute, and today we are hosting this myself as the president of CMA. So good luck and all the very best. Thank you. You're muted. You're muted, contest master. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Lakshman Vatavela. Can you put our hands together and give him a virtual clap, please?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So now we move on to the address by CA J. Chaira, Chairman of the Committee on Education, Training and CPD. Sir, the floor, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much, sir. A very, very good evening to all of you. Of course, good morning for our panel of judges from the eastern part of the world. Professor Lakshman Vatavela, President CMA Sri Lanka, Mr. AKM Delwar Hussain, President Safa, Mr. Hanayak Bandara, Vice President Safa, and the panel of judges, Ms. Helen Petridge, Mr. Paul Thompson, Mr. Mohammed Halim, Dr. Jay Kumar Batra, and Safa Secretariat, Mr. Mudit Vasist, and all my dear student friends. Once again, a very good evening. And this is really a very important event for all of us. I can say a signature event. Well, I think all our Safa member countries, we have some few things in common. Like, you know, we have our local languages at the same time. We have adopted English very, very well. There are a number of common things. You know, when it comes to professionals in this particular region, see, for being professionals, two things are important. One is the technical skills, and the second is good management skills, which comprises of delegation, negotiation, team building, and more particularly, communication skills. When it comes to technical skills, accounting or auditing or taxation or something like that, I'm sure students of our countries are doing wonderfully well. But when it comes to communication of such type of skills, I think we have to be one step forward. And this is a wonderful opportunity for all our students of all our Safa countries, where they will get a good platform at the international level to showcase their communication skills. Interestingly, when there was a survey as to what is something which people are afraid of, the first, you know, in the survey, the first one came as death. Now that is very natural. And the second was public speaking. Now this is the importance of an elocution competition. And I'm sure all the bodies, all the member bodies of our Safa must have selected their best representatives. So today, we are going to have some of the best young leaders to speak out on various topics. And while the contest master was looking at this particular aspect, when I listened to most of the topics, I could see that the student, the younger generation is interested in the new topics, data analytics and sustainability. I think most of them have chosen these particular topics to speak on. So anyway, this is a wonderful opportunity. I'm sure not only this is going to be a contest for the students, but even for the organizers, I'm sure contest master will also agree, and all the seniors will agree that this is going to be a motivating session for us also, where we are going to be motivated by these young minds. So my best wishes to all the student friends. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Jay Chaira, for your wonderful words and very meaningful sentiments expressed. Thank you, sir. Can we give him a virtual hand clap, please? Well deserved. Next, we are privileged to have the president of Safa, and he's none other than Mr. AKM Delwar Hussain. Shall we please warmly welcome Mr. Hussain to address us, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, respected contest master. Respected Professor Lakshman Vatavela, President CMA Sri Lanka, Mr. Hanaike Bandra, Vice President Safa, Mr. Ruchira Pereira, FCMA Council Member CMA Sri Lanka, CA Jashiria, Chairman Committee on Education, Training, guests and members from all of the members bodies who are connected virtually and physically. Panel of judges of Safa Quiz and Elocution Contest 2021. Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. I hope you all are doing well in this time of COVID-19. As the president of Safa, I am indeed very happy to be here and just all of you at the Safa Quiz and Elocution Contest 2021, hosted by the Institute of Certified Management Accountant of Sri Lanka, ICM Sri Lanka. You may all know that South Asian Federation of Accountants Safa represents over 375,000 accountants having membership of the National Chartered Accountancy and Cost and Management Accountancy Institution in the South Asian countries, namely Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Maldives. We are glad to inform that Institute of Chartered Accountants of Maldives has also been admitted as the associate members of 1st January 2021. Students majoring in accounting are facing increasing competition in the job market as enrollment in the field of continue to rise. One popular way to participate in the competition in which teams of students are given practical application problems with which to assess their technical knowledge and problem solving skill. By participating in these events, future accountants are perfecting skill that will gain them a competitive edge in the marketplace. Safa Quiz and Elocution Contest 2021 is a platform to showcase the talent and efforts put in by the students to make it successful event contest here at this institution. It's not only about competition, but it is also about having fun, being physically active, learning the basics of different aspects of accounting, building coordination and teamwork, so to give them students an opportunity to display their talent, self-confidence, patience, zeal, sportsmanship. Participation in this kind of contest can help build self-esteem, confidence, and can motivate students to excel academically and can help build their social skill. It can even teach the student the ways and benefits of goal setting and practice. Because of the growing significance of quiz and elocution competition in preparing students for the workplace, accounting professionals and educators should be aware of these events, how they operate, and what can be done to facilitate them. In particular, these provide competitors an opportunity to gain specialized knowledge, improve communication skills, develop sense of teamwork, and heighten their chance to the job market. Participating such competition also open example opportunity to improve oral and written communication skill. Many of our students have significantly improved interpersonal communication skill that are pivotal to achieving leadership position in the field. Beyond expanding their students' knowledge base and improving their communication skill, competition of skill, these kinds also help them develop many other areas such confidence, motivation, sense of responsibility, etc. All of these benefits lead to market-oriented or objective-based future professional accountant. To reinvent the education system and give students a break from traditional classroom learning, there is a direct need to revive the quiz and elocution culture in school and colleges, and technologically can act as a facilitator by bringing innovation to quiz and ensuring active participation among students, besides the obvious academic benefits of expanding student knowledge and exploring new skill at an early age. Quizzes and debates can redefine the education system in significant way. Communication is a fundamental need for human beings to sustain in the world. Having good communication skill plays a major role in developing the overall personality or to make a person successful. In today's competitive world, it is a very essential to teach your child about the outside world. There are numerous ways to make them aware of the outer world, Nowadays, children are largely engaged in technologically and not getting involved in actual intercommunication. So these areas, they need to motivate your children to get involved and participate in quizzes and elocution. The competition help them to develop self-expression. Educators will be build a sense of teamwork with the incorporation of quiz competition. Students will enjoy working together to earn reward, encourage students to cheer up other one, remind students that they should display good sportsmanship as they work towards a common goal. Quizzes also provide an opportunity to students to demonstrate what they have learned and discover the scope and depth of their knowledge. The importance of education and education centers around its ability to teach children and critical thinking in a world where children are spoon-fed information in a positive way. Critical thinking is lacking as learning is no longer interest-based. However, debating can sharpen and students' critical thinking skill and let them examine the topics they have been given instead of passively accepting information. They are forced to their thoughts and discard concept and theories don't make sense and adopt ones that do. One of the primary educational objective of school in teaching critical thinking skill, no class performs is better than a strategic debate. The foundation of education should be debate. True learning takes place primarily through debate. If you fail to equate in an operational defense, then your mind will become a slave to someone else's thoughts or opinions or a slave to your own fluctuating impulse. Considering the importance of quiz and elocution for the students, the Safa board on the recommendation of the Committee of Education, Training and CPA had decided to organize Safa quiz and elocution contest. The objective of the events is to motivate students towards the focused study of financial reporting standard and to develop the future speakers for the profession. They are all, at this point, I would like to add a few objectives of SAFA's Committees on Education, Training and CPDs. First, this committee aims to integrate and establish harmony with syllabus and school university education in the region. Then bring the education curriculum relevant to their respective fields of specialization in line with the international education standard issued by IFAC. Ensure that academic process of study focus on the development and competence meeting with the requirements and expectation from the accountancy profession in a dynamic context. Pooling of rescues resources of the Safa region for being used in learning programs for dissemination of professional education. Last but not the least, bringing harmony in the standards and the quality of education imparted by the member bodies in the region. Dear audience, this objective of the committee shed light on the reason why these contests are being organized. My dear fellow mates and students, for your kind information, we need to deepen and accelerate digital transformation with the globe, endorsing a digital economy. Enterprises in the coming years will integrate digitalization in every aspect of their business with cutting edge emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, 5G, cloud, computing, blockchain, machine learning, etc., reshaping the business dynamics in the contemporary business world. Digital investment is an option, but a compulsion. We need to expand our digital footprint faster and make sure that no one is left behind in this new normal. Expanded connectivity and access will be an essential enabler to access digital service, empower people, and achieve the sustainable development goals by 2030. I welcome all of you to the Safa Quiz and Elocution Contest 2021. I'm sure that the flow of knowledge at this contest will be of great benefit to all, and the knowledge and experience gained through the webinar will surely help the delegates in their professional enhancement. You all might know this has been an annual physical event in the Safa calendar. In last year, we were not able to conduct it due to the COVID-19 pandemic situation. At the end, I wish to thank the President CMS Sri Lanka, Professor Lakshman Otwala, for taking the initiative to host the contest this year through a virtual platform, inviting the member bodies of all Safa countries at a time when the world is affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The conduct of the competition is indeed a great achievement of Sri Lanka, an active member of Safa, currently holding the position of Vice President of Safa and represented by Mr. Hanaike Banda. I must specially mention the efforts of Mr. Ruchira Pereira, and council member of CMS Sri Lanka, who has organized the competition this year with the assistance of Committee of Education, Training and CPD of Safa. The committee led by Mr. Joy Charia has decided to hold on into the same topics that were planned last year, since the event could not be held in that year. I am delighted to see the keen interest shown by the member who is to take part in this year competition, as we have 16 contestants, finally 15 candidate contestants for the Elocution contest, and 9 teams for the quiz contest. I am sure all individual and teams will take part competitively while adhering the rule laid down by the organizers. I must also thank the Safa Secretariat, its newly appointed Permanent Secretary, Mr. Jai Kumar Batra, and Nodal Officer, Mr. Mudid, for extending its full support for CMS Sri Lanka to organize the activities diligently. Safa too have been affected by current pandemic, but have marched ahead with the whole countries switching to the digital education and digital examination, overtaking some of the traditional modes of learning. Safa and its member bodies have conducted many webinars which have provided a boost to the continuing professional development of our members. This year, 8 Safa member bodies are participating in the contest. I will welcome all of you to the Safa Quiz and Elocution contest being hosted by CMS Sri Lanka. I extend my best wishes to all the participants for the competitions. CMS Sri Lanka are future-oriented. I wish to congratulate the President CMS Sri Lanka, Professor Watola sir, a past president of Safa. I feel he has a guardian of the accounting profession in the SARC region. It is council, its staff members, and CMS Sri Lanka for their untiring efforts in putting together the virtual competition this year. This has also strengthened the close relationship of Safa member bodies and brought together students from the Safa countries, enriching their skill and, more importantly, enable the networking among the students. I wished Safa Elocution and Quiz Contest 2021 all success, and I am confident the comradeship of its creates by bringing all the students from Safa countries under one roof will grow from strength to strength. It has been great pleasure to join this vibrant program today. I wish all the success of this endeavor. Stay safe, stay alert, stay strong, stay focused, and finally stay with our stakeholder. I take more time for that. Apologize to all of you, but as a Safa president, I have every right to say more words because of all our because of umbrella of Safa, 375,000 members and 8-9 bodies involved with this, and so I'll take more time. Sorry for that, but I appreciate Wataula sir for giving the chance to say a few words. not fewer, more words. Thank you, Atolo sir. I strongly believe you are the senior citizen. You are in physically, you are more than strong enough for me. And really, I'm happy always with you for your guidance and cooperation. Finally, I close my speech. Thank you all for patient hearing. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Just 1 minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Delva Hussain. I think we are all encouraged by what you said, and I'm sure that your good wishes will be taken by all our participants, because they are here to bring Safa together, to bring us closer to each other. And what you said is very, very relevant. So let me wish you all the very best in all your activities, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Waterwell, for the endorsement of Mr. Delva Hussain, President's speech, and welcome and going down history and all that. So to show the importance of the body that controls and moves forward 375,000 accountants in the South Asian region. Shall we give him a thundering virtual applause, please? Thank you. The only concern, President Delva Hussain, is that our contest has 15 contestants and each one has to speak for 10 minutes. So if you allocate 15 minutes for each one, the contest is taking almost 3 hours. That is why we were concerned, 3 to 4 hours. Right? So no problem. Let's hope the judges don't get tired and they'll be able to listen to all contestants equally. So let us start with the introduction of the judges. A warm welcome to all the judges. Our first judge, the chair, is Miss Helen Partridge, Director, Accountancy Education, International Federation of Accountants. Can we give her a round of applause, please? Virtual applause. Next, we have Mr. Paul Thompson, Director, European Federation of Accountants and Auditors for Small and Medium Enterprises, EFAA. Welcome to Mr. Paul. Third judge is Dr. Jai Kumar Batra, Permanent Secretary of the South Asian Federation of Accountants, Safa itself. Dr. Jai. And the fourth and final judge is from Maldives, the newly accepted body, Mr. Mohammed Halim, Chairman of Academic Committee, CA, Maldives. Now, let me introduce the list of participants. Out of the 16 candidates, we have only 15 taking part today. So let me run through the speaking order. Ibrahim Khan, speaker number 1 from ICAB. Speaker number 2, Asrafi Benta Aslam from ICMAB. Speaker number 3, Mohammed Abu Hanif from ICMAB. Speaker number 4, Tanmay Sharma from ICAI. Speaker number 5, Fahmid Chowdhury from ICAB. Speaker number 6, Ahmed Tanvir from ICAP, Pakistan. Speaker number 7, Mr. Ruchira Pereira, you'll have to mute, please. Speaker number 7 is not competing. She has withdrawn. So speaker number 8 is Begum Shahjahan Shabnam from ICAI, that's India. Speaker number 9 is Inshaf Ahmed from ICASL Sri Lanka. Speaker number 10, Dilani Marian Jatilaka from CMA Sri Lanka. Speaker number 11, Miss Prakriti Aryal from ICAN Nepal. Speaker number 12, Muhammad Shamri Safir from ICASL Sri Lanka. And lucky 13 is Tamkenat Ara from Pakistan, ICAP. Speaker number 14, Nilanjana Mishra from Nepal, ICAN. Speaker number 15 is Sumair Rahman, ICMAP, Pakistan. And the final speaker, Mudyanse Lage Pasan Vijayawardena from CMA, Sri Lanka. So we have run through the judges and the contestants. It is now my turn to roughly tell you the briefing of contest rules. The contest rules are that number one, contestants can use PowerPoint slides for the presentations. Number two, each contestant is given one login only. They cannot use multiple logins. Rule number three, contestants can share their screens and they can change the slides manually using an equipment or set to change the slides automatically. Rule number four, they need to stand up, adjust their cameras to see the facial expressions during the course of the presentation. But one contestant has requested whether it is possible to sit down and do so. I said the choice is the contestants and it is the prerogative of the judges to see whether there is any detriment in that or not. That is up to them, but it is all to do with facial expressions, body language, and emotional expressions. That's the reason for standing up request. Then we go to number five, rule number five, presentation is for 10 minutes. A bell would be rung by a technical member at the 8th minute. And we are also we're indicating the presenter to finish the speech in another 2 minutes. The double bell at 10 minutes may be heard, may not be heard. So either way, that is not a necessary indication because all of you are prepared and you know at what time you end. But at this point, I want to mention that when we read out the scoring points, I will say that there is a 6 points for time adherence, and we will give you a guideline which we have shared with the judges. Rule number 6, the judges may ask only one question based on the content. So at the end of the speaker's speech, the contest chair will ask the chief judge to nominate which of the judges will ask the question from that particular contestant. And then once that is done, the contestant's role will be over and the judges will have 1 minute silence to mark the score. And during that 1 minute silence, I will invite the next speaker to come online and get ready for the speech, next speech. Rule number 7, each judge will evaluate each of the contestants based on 7 criteria. And I will read out the criteria with the scoring points. And at the end of the judging, each judge will have a score for all the contestants. And the chief judge with the team will calculate the aggregate total of all 4 judges scoring for each contestant and arrive at the average score of each contestant divided by the 4 judges' scores. And on that basis, the chief judge with the panel will declare the results. And at the end of the contest, the judging panel will make a presentation on giving the scores as well as comments on what happened with the contest. Is that all in order? And now let me read the scoring sheet very quickly. Judging criteria for the elocution contest, 6th November 2021. Point number 1, criteria number 1, lucidity of language, 6 marks. Style of delivery, 6 marks. Capacity to of the Hussain, President, please come back to lucidity of language, 6 marks. Style of delivery, 6 marks. Capacity to engage the attention of the audience, 6 marks. Precision of expression, 6 marks. Answers to questions asked by the judges, 10 marks. And in event no question is asked, the judges will consider those 10 marks as part of the content and style and impact of delivery, if there is no question, right? If there is a question, the judges will determine how the question is answered based on the content and give the 10 out of the 10 marks. Then 6th category is depth of coverage of the subject matter, including reference to latest developments in the concerned area. 60 marks that will carry. And the final is adherence to the limit, 6 marks. And the suggested schedule is that if you are below 9 minutes 30 seconds and above 10 minutes 30 seconds, you will score 0 for time adherence. That is because within 1 minute of either side of the time adherence, you have failed to finish. So below 9:30, above 10:30 is a 0. 9:30 to 9:50 and 10:10 to 10:30, you will earn 2 marks. Then 9:50 to 9:55 or 10:05 to 10:10, you will earn 4 marks. But if you are within the 5-second of either side, that is 9:55 to 10:05, you will earn the maximum of 6 marks. So the timer's report will be delivered to the judges at the end of the contest when they enter the judges' room for discussion. And therefore, the judges may mark the 6 categories other than time adherence during the 1 minute. And then at the end of the period, you can discuss and see what your scoring is for the time adherence. Before we continue, Chief Judge, is everything clear, and is there any clarification you would like to make?
I don't think so. I don't think so at this time. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other judges would like to make any comment or anything? All right. Right. Fine. Then any participants, any questions? Any questions before we proceed? If not, judges, are we ready to
Sir,
start?
I have raised hand, sir, for a question, sir.
Yes.
Sir, will we be remind before few seconds or minutes?
Sorry?
Will you be remind before few minutes or second before complete the competition? Before 10 minutes.
I can't hear you properly.
Sir, any remind will be given to us before 10 minutes?
Mr. Abu Hanif, you got late to join in for the previous meeting. Now I read out saying very clearly that at 8 minutes, bell will be rung. You are not paying attention and you are asking the question. I'm very sorry to tell you that. We very clearly said 8 minutes, a bell will be rung at 8 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
At
Thank
10 minutes, you may not hear the double bell, but you are supposed to know where you are and what you're going to finish. So at 8 minutes, you will know you have another 2 minutes more. And this was told when we met all the contestants, and just for the record, you came 40 minutes late for that. So it's not right as a professional. Make sure that you are more punctual, and we should actually penalize you for this delay.
Sorry, sir. Sorry for this, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Can you see me properly? Is the camera okay?
Yes, you were on the road and you were driving. Therefore, you are now taking our precious time to find that out. But very nice, very beautiful, very fine. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me properly?
Very well. But there's disturbance at the background, in your background.
Okay, sir. I will figure it out.
To sort out the background
Sure,
sound.
sir. Sure, sir. I will.
And your lighting also you may need to sort out because the
okay. Can you see now?
Yes.
Properly?
Yes,
oh my
yes.
God, the light is reflecting again.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes. Yes. Fine. Fine.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Can we start, please? Are we ready, judges? Are we ready? Yes. Contestant number 1. Contestant number 1, Ibrahim Khan, role of financial professionals in Audit Committee. Role of financial professionals in Audit Committee, Ibrahim Khan.
Am I audible and visible? Okay. Good evening all. This is Ibrahim Khan representing ICB. Today I will be presenting the role of finance professionals in Audit Committee, which involves all of us in our professional capacity. So here we go. ABC company made a decent profit for the year. However, the external auditor of the company tells the audit committee members that due to some IFRS audit adjustments, the audited accounts will result in a net loss for the year. He also highlights a number of internal control failures tax non-compliance, and doubt over the going concern of the company. However, as he was progressing, the audit committee members seemed to seem very vague about the treatments of the accounting adjustments, and they failed to understand the impact of the accounting. Therefore, they refused to take the adjustments in the accounts, which followed by a qualified audit opinion. Following the audit opinion, the share price of the company fell drastically. Afterwards, it was found out that none of the members of the audit committee were finance professionals. So who are finance professionals? Finance professionals are basically individuals who have professional expertise in the domain of accounting, auditing, taxation, and financial management. And most of the cases, they are members of professional institutes. And what is audit committee? Audit committee is a subcommittee of the board of directors who have the responsibility of financial governance oversight for the company. They directly report to the board of directors. To understand the functions of audit committee, ACCA conducted a research where they found out that audit committee spent as much as 40% of their time in overseeing the hiring and performance of external auditors, as well as monitoring internal control and compliance. They also found that financial governance, including risk management process and overseeing the financial reporting process, was the second priority, where they spent as much as 22% of their time. Thirdly, they spent 21% of their time in reviewing the internal control and management accountability functions. Besides all this, audit committee also performs tax policy governance, and they also help with tax policies, dividend policies, and so on and so forth. That being said, where's the link between the finance professionals and audit committee effectiveness? Here, in this slide, we will match the skills of finance professionals with 9 traits of successful audit committee, as that was identified by ICAEW. So here we go. Finance professionals have specific reporting standard and process-related skills and experience. They also understand financial analysis and modeling very well. This corresponds to the ability to challenge external auditors, and this also helps them build external relationship, and this also help them owning the agenda of audit committee, because they understand the impact of the decisions they make. Secondly, professional attainment. As we understand, finance professionals or accounting professionals have a professional code of conducts, and they also have professional skepticism in themselves. This translates into their ability to intellectual curiosity, and this helps them ask tough questions and make tough decisions whenever it's required. Also, this leads to a balanced and ethical approach to whistleblowing. Last of all, finance professionals work in multicultural and cross-functional environments, and they have awareness of various laws, such as tax law, securities law, and so on. These all help them to exercise oversight of key risks, not only financial risks, but also governance and regulatory risks. This also help them with the ability to build and develop a strong team. That being said, let us take a look at the regional regulations on audit committee and the role of finance professional here. As you can see, in Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, audit committee is mandatorily required for listed entities. However, in Nepal, it is only needed where the entity has a paid-up capital of more than 30 million Nepalese rupee, and the organization is owned by government. Secondly, the minimum size of audit committee is 3 for all this country except for Sri Lanka, where the member is 2. Thirdly, in Bangladesh and India, all members of the audit committee must be financially literate, while in Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Nepal, at least one member of the audit committee must have financial literacy. Other than this, at least one member must have accounting or related financial management experience in Bangladesh, India, and Nepal. While in Sri Lanka, it goes one step ahead to require the membership of a professional body for at least one member of the audit committee. So how do finance professionals add value to the organization? Empirical research in the context of India has found out that an audit committee dominated by finance professionals improved the governance quality. Also, it was found out that by collaborating effectively with external auditors, they ensure timeliness of financial reporting. Besides, having an expert in the team means earnings management can be easily detected and prevented. And in the context of Bangladesh, it was found that audit committee competence is positively associated with financial performance of the entity. Also, experts serving audit committee who have financial expertise can ensure good management of internal, external, and third-party risks. And definitely, they have a role to increase the audit scrutiny of the organization. As the economic landscape of the world is continuously changing, new priorities are emerging for Audit Committee financial experts. As per the Audit Committee pulse survey conducted by KPMG, it was found out that 64% of the respondents said that regulatory relationship building is one of their top priorities in their agenda. Secondly, 27% of the respondents said that integrating the technological development with their financial and accounting system and process is their one of their topmost priority. Also, managing crises such as during the time of COVID-19 and other cases, and retaining the talents of the organization is also an emerging priority of Audit Committee finance experts. Besides all this, as we understand, the regulations are getting more and more strict every day, and the penalties are becoming much more severe than ever before. Ethical reporting is a big concern for finance professionals who serve in the audit committees. That all being said, let us take a look at the challenges that finance professionals are facing in the days to come. First of all, I would like to say independence is a big challenge for them because in Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, at least the chairman of the audit committee and another member must be an independent director. However, as we understand, finance professionals tend to have a business relationship with the client they're serving. That is why a threat to independence is created and a conflict of interest is also created. So it makes very critical for them to maintain independence. Secondly, finance people have not been much familiar with IT system of the organization. However, as we can see, the world is shifting or tilting more towards IT. They need to develop their skills on IT. Thirdly, new audit requirements and changes in financial statement standards are coming in every day. They need to meet their CPD requirement and keep themselves updated with the new versions of those requirements. Besides, minority interest protection is a very important area for this subcontinent because, as we can see, most of the organizations here are dominated by family ownership. That is why raising voice against them is very difficult. This is another challenge for finance professionals serving in audit committee. Also, they have to keep themselves updated with the ESG reporting, and they also need to balance the expectations of various parties both inside and beyond the organization. That being said, what is the way forward? I would suggest, as finance professionals already have good technical skills, they need to focus more on their strategy building skills, because finance without strategy is just numbers, and strategy without finance is just dreaming. So that was all from me. If you have any question, you can ask me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. That was a wonderful presentation. If I just look at my judges, is there anyone with a specific question? And I apologize, I can't see that. Go ahead,
Helen,
Paul.
can I? Yes, it's Paul. Ibrahim, that's great. Just a quick question for you from my side. With the emergence of sustainability reporting, do you envisage the role of the audit committee changing? And if so, how?
The audit committee needs to understand the basic requirements of ESG reporting, and they need to be more careful about the disclosure they make, because they have to balance the confidentiality as well as the requirement of ethical disclosure. That's why they need to continually upgrade their skills in this area so that they do not fall behind.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, judges, for that question. Thank you, Ibrahim Khan. Can we now have 1 minute silence for the judges, please? And in that minute, the second speaker, Asrafi Binta Aslam, please get ready with your screen, but don't speak till I announce your name.
So is it okay if I close my screen?
Yes, it is all right. Now you were told not to disturb. Speaker number 2, are you getting ready? I have not seen you on the screen.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Can you see me?
Wait. Yes. Okay. Clear.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes. Chief Judges, are we ready or you need a little more time?
Ashrabi,
Yes, sir.
bravo.
Thank you.
I'm Delwar Hussain.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. I know you. I've seen you in summit last year.
Can I just ask the judging panel, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go? I think we're good to go. Thank you, Content Master.
Thank you very much, Chief Judge. Announcement, please. All people who have logged in, other than the contestant, please mute yourself, because if you're not muted and you speak, they will disturb the contestant. Please mute yourselves. Other than the contestant, even I am muting myself after I invite the speaker. So speaker number 2 is Ashrafi Benta Aslam from Bangladesh, and the topic is Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Role of the Professional Accountants. Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Role of Professional Accountants. Please welcome speaker number 2, Ashrafi Benta Aslam. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good evening. Welcome you all to today's presentation on Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Role of Professional Accountants. I'm Ashrafi Benta Aslam, a student of the Institute of Post and Management Accountants of Bangladesh. I genuinely feel privileged and honored to be here to make a presentation in such an eminent event organized by the South Asian Federation of Accountants. Moving on, let's focus on the key points of this presentation. Sustainable Development Goals 2030, specific SDGs where professional accountants have significant roles to play. Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. Goal 9, industry innovation and infrastructure. Goal 12, responsible consumption and production. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice and strong institution. Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. And finally, concluding remarks. The United Nations has officially adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals at the UN Summit in New York in 2015, which are popularly known as SDGs 2030. These 17 SDGs are a universal set of goals comprising 169 targets to enable all UN members to respond to the challenges imposed by globalization, industrialization, and digitalization, and more importantly, to develop policies and an agenda to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure peace and prosperity by 2030. Professional accountants have ample opportunities to play a crucial role in the achievement of several of these goals, particularly Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. Goal 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Goal 12, responsible consumption and production. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. So what can we do to achieve this goal? Let's begin with Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. Professional accountants can achieve economic growth by deploying their professional skills and competence in the form of finance managers by ensuring short, medium, and long-term financial, societal gains are taken into account in decision-making, thus leading to the creation and maintenance of a resilient and responsible organization. To ensure decent work, professional accountants can keep up with the growing labor force by, as policymakers of human resource. They can create more job opportunities for the growing population. Professional accountants and auditors for the development and adaptation of globally set of rules and standards can put their effort in developing a reporting and disclosure strategy that will yield high-quality reports and overview of the organization's performance, question reconciling approaches, apply materiality to multi-stakeholder social responsibility. Moving on to Goal 9. To monitor industry innovation and infrastructure. To monitor the sustainability of an organization, accountants as internal auditors and managers use integrated reporting because it depicts the risk, strategic objectives, risk and performance management of the organization and opportunities and risks associated with the SDGs in favor of the organization. Despite the existence of 41 IS and 16 IFRS, as well as 80 specific industry voluntary standards by SASB, there is a gap between traditional accounting and reporting and sustainable development and SR. The key task for professional accountants is to harmonization of information disclosure of all types of capitals used by the companies. Professional accountants can identify investment opportunities through ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance investment policy. Professional accountants to achieve the SDGs will enhance sustainability and embrace sustainable principles for a long-term financial, social, and financial and societal gains. And professional analysts will rate, store, and exchange traded funds and mutual funds by their ESG scores. Passing on to goal 12, responsible consumption and production. Professional accountants use different techniques to particularly payback period, net present value, internal rate of return, return on capital employed, and residual income, ESG scorecard, etc., to make the most reliable investment decision. For adoption and embedment of sustainable business practices, IFAC Sustainability Framework 2.0 identifies the 3 key areas where accounting needs to be collaborated with sustainable development, which is strategic, operational, and reporting. Incorporation of sustainable development criteria at all levels of decision-making process, business activities, and effective communication are a key task for professional accountants. Passing on to the most important goal, in my opinion, for us professionals to achieve. Goal 13, climate action. A survey by U.S. Shipping Service, Sendel, in a survey by U.S. Shipping Service Sendel, 57% respondents said that they would change their shopping habits to help reduce the environmental impact. 77% think that it is important that a product be sustainable and environmentally responsible. Nielsen Global Sustainability Report said that the responders will pay, 66% of the responders will pay more for the sustainable goods. So from here, we can see that it is important for professional accountants to take climate action in consideration. Professional accountants can initiate recording and reporting of a firm's impact on the climate and environment. This will certainly add to the responsible usage of natural resources like fuel, water, gas, and other resources. Professional accountants can use just-in-time targets costing, union business model, and follow ACC guidelines for financial reporting and many other accounting techniques, and included as KPIs to eliminate waste for the welfare of the environment. Green CSR can reduce business risk, improve reputation, and provide opportunities for cost savings. Professional accountants are responsible for aligning Green CSR with the business model, evaluation of CSR reports, and giving assurance of CSR reports in compliance with the SDGs. Moving on. Peace, goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. To ensure peace, professional accountants provide reliable information that in private and public sectors. They play a critical role in improving the living standard, well-being, and prosperity. They ensure justice and strong institutions by implementing code of ethics, which improves their ethical behavior and professionalism. Professional accountants are the keepers of creators and reporters of value, control and monitor fraud, corruption, and money laundering. Last goal to discuss about is partnerships for the goals. Professional accountants are at the accounting community are divided in 5 groups: developers of standards, professional firms, qualified accountants, professional bodies, and members of the academic community. They are the key task for them to introduce practice of evaluation, measurement, and disclosure of sustainable development indicators in their daily practice in corporate environment. There are 175 professional bodies, 2.5 million accountants, and 5,66,797 employees to achieve the goal. Professional accountants, finally, professional accountants enable the top management team to achieve the goals by diversified roles in the capacity and facilitate the environment achievement of SDGs without sacrificing the ability of upcoming generation. Thank you all for listening. Okay, I'm done with my presentation.
Thank you, Ashrafi. I appreciate the content. You can take a breath now. It's okay. The presentation's there. If I can turn to my judges, judging panel, is there any questions? Maybe Mr. Halim, maybe I can come to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ashrafi, for the presentation.
Welcome, sir.
And I have a question. So when we talk about the goals, sustainable development goals of 2030, it is about ending poverty, and also it is about protecting planet, and also it is we can consider that as ensuring prosperity for everyone. So when we do that, when we relate the role of the accountants, in your opinion, more significance would be on the reporting side of the reporting part of the accountants, or more of significance would be in the decision-making part of the accountants? So accountants' role in decision-making, or the transparency and clarity in reporting part? What is your opinion?
To be honest with you, sir, in my opinion, both of the reporting and decision-making strategy, accountants have many significant roles to play in these 2 topics. I wouldn't consider eliminating any of the 2 subjects here, because if I want to make change in the world, of course I have to make good decisions. But making good decisions won't make any change in the environment if I cannot monitor and see the progress. So looking at the progress is also important, as well as making decisions for the environment and to end poverty.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the questions, judges. Thank you, Ashrafi bint Aslam. That brings us to the end of the second speaker. Can we have 1 minute silence for the judges, please? And the third speaker, please get ready. Mohammed Abu Hanif, get ready with your slide and your stance. 1 minute silence for the judges, please.
Am I clear, sir?
Yes, you're okay. The background sound is coming, Abu Hanif. Some voices are coming in the background. There is horning also on your road. Horning. I know you can't stop it, but that sound is coming. I want to inform you.
Yes, sir. Is it okay, sir? Now.
Yeah, yes, that's fine. Judges, when you are ready, you may give a thumbs up to your chief judge and chief judge can say, okay. The other two, yes. Yes, thank you very much. Judges are ready. Contestants number 3, Mohammed Abu Hanif. Topic, role of finance professionals in audit committee. Role of finance professionals in audit committee. Mohammed Abu Hanif, over to you.
Thank you, honorable host, for giving me the opportunity. Assalamu alaikum and
Hello.
good evening, everyone. This is Mohammed Abu Hanif. I am presenting today's presentation on role of finance professionals in audit committee on behalf of the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Bangladesh. Okay. Let's see the presentation will.
Sorry,
Let's see
Abu
this
Hanif, I
Yes,
apologize for
ma'am.
interrupting. Are you presenting a slide? I'm not seeing anything on the screen. I apologize to interrupt and to throw off your, but if you prepared materials, I would love to see them.
Okay, can you see the slide, please?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, this presentation will focus on the following topics: audit committee, the role of audit committee and the composition of audit committee and the reporting of audit committee. And the very next, we will focus on finance professionals, who and what to do the finance professionals and their tasks. High financial literacy is critical to perform a better role in the audit committee. Next, we will see some literature-based evidence and policy recommendations. And finally, we'll go through some concluding remarks. The audit committee. The audit committee is a crucial element of government structure because the audit committee should have to work with shareholder and the board of directors and also with the commission of the authority. Composition of the audit committee. The audit committee should have 3 to 5 members, and of 3 to 5 members, there must be an independent director who is the outside of the company. Audit committee members should be financially literate, and at least one member should have accounting or finance management background, because if they don't have enough knowledge about finance and accounting background, they will not be able to audit the complete the audit properly. In most of the countries, independent director should be the chairperson of the committee. The role of audit committee. Let's see how the role the audit committee maintain. Oversee the financial reporting process. The audit committee literally see the financial reporting process, then monitor choice of accounting policies. They also look up the policies of the company followed. Monitor adequacy of internal audit and compliance process, oversees hiring and performance of external auditors. The audit committee should follow and go through the result of the external auditors. Review the financial statement and the management discussion and analysis before presenting to the board for approval. The audit committee must review the report have been prepared to submit the report to the for approval. Oversee whether the process revised from raised from IPO utilized for the purpose statement and the prospectus approved by the commission. Audit committee reporting. The audit committee should report to the 3 governing bodies like the board of directors and also the shareholders and also the commission. Reports. The audit committee should report reports on conflicts of interest. there has many interest of like the shareholders' interest and also the governing body's interest. So the audit committee should realize should maintain the conflicts of the interest of suspected bodies. Suspected fraud of or material defect in the internal audit. The audit committee should find and revise the fraud or the fraud of the maternal or from the compliance process. Suspected fraud in the financial statement. The audit committee should find out the fraud of the financial statement prepared by the financial reporters. Suspected infringement of laws and regulatory compliance. Obviously, the audit committee should should check that the company either followed the regulation of the compliances or not. Finance professionals are expected to have. Previously, we said that the audit committee must include some finance professional. So let's see why should they include in the committee. Concrete knowledge about business and economics activities. Obviously, the finance professionals have enough knowledge about business and economics activities. As they have enough knowledge about business and economics activities, they can well audit to the financial statements. Solid foundation of financial reporting process. The financial professionals have the solid foundation about finance and accountancy. As they have enough knowledge about finance and accountancy, they are very much capable to judge the financial reporters and give remarks or give comments about the reporters. Reasonable understanding of finance, internal audit, internal control, and regulatory compliance. We know the background of the audit committee member, finance profession. So the finance profession must know the internal audit process, or they also are much aware about the regulatory compliances, so they can well audit the company. The ability to apply judgment and detecting at least significant or material errors and frauds in the financial statement. If the audit committee member does not have enough knowledge about their judgmental capability, or they could not find the frauds in financial statement, so they will not be able to solve the appropriate solution. Will not be given to the authority. High financial literacy is critical in audit committee. From the previous slide, we can know that we can find that the importance of the financial literacy. Let's see, without having adequate knowledge in accounting and finance, members of audit committee shall be incapable to detect materials. They will not be capable to detect the material fraud because they don't have enough knowledge about that. Incapable to detect material defect in the internal audit and compliance. If the audit committee member don't have enough knowledge about this, they will not be able to detect the material defects. Unable to report infringement of relevant laws and regulation associated with the finance reporting process. The audit committee member should have enough knowledge about this. If they don't have, they will not be able to report enough the processes. Conflict of interest between the principal and agents. Empirical evidence. Let's see some evidence. The previous research shows us that the financially literate people in the audit committees allow some benefits to the company to improve confidence in the financial report disclosure. We know the very basic things for the audit committee is disclosure of the financial reports. If they don't know about finance and accountancy, they will not be able to disclose they will not be enough confidence to disclose the financial reports. To reduce earning management activities. The earning management is such a big thing in a company. If the audit committee member are not much aware about the earning management activities, they will not able to give the proper. They will not able to proper report to the reliable authority. To improve the quality of internal control activities, to improve the quality of external audit also. The audit committee members should know the things properly, because they will follow up the external audit process, and the external audit will show their reports to the audit committee, and then the audit committee will judge the audit process. Policy recommendation. Okay, there should be some policy also. Audit committee members should be financially literate. Obviously, audit committee members should be financially literate if they want to audit. They want to do a better audit. One of the members should have sound knowledge on accounting and finance. Obviously, they should. Inclusion of professional accountants might be a better professionally financially literate. So, concluding remarks: the presence of finance professional, preferably professional accountants, in the audit committee can lead to an improvement in the finance reports, internal audit and compliance, and external audit effectiveness. So thank you everyone for listening this presentation carefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comment and for your patience in getting the slides up. Just looking to my panelists and my fellow judges. Dr. Batra, may I call on you to see if you have a question, sir?
Thank you, ma'am. My question to Muhammad Abu Hanif, I think he's there. Mr. Abu, you're there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You just spoke about the financial literacy, that the members of the audit committee should be financial literate. So my question to you is that if the members of audit committee are not financial literate, then how it is going to affect the performance of the audit committee towards the organization, towards the company to which they belong?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I said that the audit committee members should have been well literate about finance and accounts. And if they don't have enough literacy about finance and account, so they will not be able to judge the financial report enough. And while the external auditors will do their audit about the financial reports of the companies, then they will find some errors and mistakes or fraud, and they will obviously show to the audit committee. And if the audit committee don't have to know that the fraud, which is the fraud, and how to solve it, so they will not be able to solve the problem, and they will not be able to understand the problem or fraud. So there must be need finance literacy.
So then they should not be the members of the audit committee. Now, why this question is coming that the members should be financial literate? If you say that they are not able to detect the fraud, etc., financial reporting, then I think then they should not be the members of the audit committee. The rules by the organization should be that only financial literate people should be the members. What is your view on that?
This is not some mandation, but there is one mandation that should be from finance literate, but it's for the benefit of the companies.
Okay, thank you, Abu. Thanks a lot for your answer. Okay.
Thank you, panel of judges. Thank you, Abu Hanif. We'll give 1 minute silence for the judges to score, please. And next speaker number 4, Tanmay Sharma, will get ready. He's already ready. And just wait for my signal and announcement, Tanmay. Respected judges, give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you. Right. We are ready to go on with the 4th contestant. And the 4th contestant is Tanmay Sharma, Data Analytics in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Data Analytics in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Tanmay Sharma, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible? Perfectly. Okay, let me start. Namaskar. I am Tanmay Sharma, and today I'm in front of you all to talk about data analytics in the age of artificial intelligence. I'll not be using PowerPoint presentation. I'll be speaking on my own. So let's begin. Friends, the world we are living in is being driven by data. Lots and lots of data. We are constantly creating it, consuming it, and accumulating it. Speaking digitally, all of us are breathing data in and out. Today, our best estimates suggest that at least 2.5 quintillion bytes of data is being produced every day. That's 2.5 followed by a staggering 18 zeros. I mean, pretty much just by existing, we are creating data. And this tremendous explosion of data has opened a horizon of possibilities for those who can harness its power. A revolution is unfolding. Data has become the black gold, the lifeblood, the new oil of 21st century. Today, I'll be discussing how we can transform this abundant data into valuable insights through data analytics and artificial intelligence. Friends, if data is the oil, data analytics is the combustion engine. To put it more sophisticately, data analytics is the science of translating vast amounts of raw data into meaningful information, thereby enabling better decision making. See, analysis brings insight. Data that sits raw as it is has no value whatsoever. It's what you do with it provides the value. The ability to archive and analyze relevant data is bringing multi-dimensional benefits in the fields of decision-making, fraud detection, supply chain management, customer targeting, creation of new products, and whatnot. Well, data analytics can be broadly classified into 4 categories: descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. Descriptive is the very basic type of analytics which provides information on what happened by quantitatively analyzing data using statistical methods. It's like a reporter's description. The diagnostic analytics goes a step further and tries to answer why something happened. While descriptive may show a decline in sales, diagnostic will look into the patterns to find the reasons for it. It's like a police investigation. Third is predictive analytics, which is concerned with the future and tries to answer what will happen. It's like revenue forecast or the likelihood of credit default. It's like an astrologer's prediction. And at last, prescriptive analytics. It's the most advanced form of analytics, which comes up with the recommendations as to what should happen. It will tell you what course of action should be taken in different future scenarios. It's like a doctor's prescription. Now, let me ask all of you a question. I was going to ask you a question, but as nobody is allowed to speak while I'm speaking, let me answer it myself, that the Large Hadron Particle Collider is the largest machine ever built in this earth. And you know how much data it generates annually? Roughly equivalent of 500 years of full HD quality movies. Not 1 day, not 2 days, not 1 year, 500 years of full HD quality movies. This humongous data has to be churned and analyzed continuously. This is the point when traditional data analytics surrenders itself. And that's when artificial intelligence comes for the rescue. Friends, data analytics itself is a very potent tool, but when combined with AI, it becomes nearly invincible. But before dwelling deep into this, let's first briefly understand what artificial intelligence is. To put it simply and succinctly, artificial intelligence is the intelligence shown by the machines. This revolutionary technology has given birth to a dramatically different class of machines, which can think, can reason, and can solve problems. AI has sharpened the edges of data analytics. Since data is derived both from structured and unstructured sources, it must be organized before analysis. Data analysts spend 80% of their time cleaning and organizing the data. With the assistance of AI, we can accelerate this process and can smoothly carve out meaning from unrefined data. Well, by deploying analytics and AI algorithms, we can analyze massive volumes of data and find patterns that a human eye could never see. It's already filtering spam from our inboxes, correcting our spelling mistakes, deciding what will appear on the top of our social media feed. This extraordinary blend of AI and analytics is bringing so many benefits, like improving the prevention and detection of fraud, the precise diagnosis of diseases, automated stock trading, and exponential growth of companies. Now, let us see how the marriage of these two technologies is changing the game. Look at Ant Financials. In 2019, just after 5 years of its launch, the company crossed the number of consumers 1 billion mark. It serves more than 10 times as many as customers of the largest US banks with less than 1/10 of the number of employees. Ant Financials is using data analytics and artificial intelligence to run an exceptionally efficient variety of businesses. And this combination of these technologies is not confined to corporates. The Income Tax Department of India has started a project called Insight with a dedicated Center of Income Tax Transaction Analysis Center. With the aid of AI analytics, this 1,000 crore project will look into the data, social media data of taxpayers, analyze the expenditure patterns, and will deter non-compliance and improve the tax collection. This phenomenal technology, in many ways, is reshaping the world of accounting, finance, and auditing. It's enhancing the quality and accuracy of our work in the field of assurance services, automated sampling, tax function, analysis of financial statements, etc. With the help of this tool, we can detect the trends from the data to find material misstatements. However, after being said all this, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that every technological advancement has a downside. It's coupled with inherent risk and dangers. Perils of data privacy and data breaches, along with the incidents of hacking, is posing a threat. The ransomware attack on London's renowned jewelry company Graph is the recent example of this. See, artificial intelligence and data analytics both are disruptive technologies. To mitigate its misuse, a systematic approach should be followed with the strong regulations and stringent laws. My dear friends, AI and analytics both have remarkable capacity to change our lives. We, as finance professionals, must equip ourselves with these astonishing technologies. If data is the oil, data analytics is the combustion engine and AI is the steering wheel, then we must be the drivers of this revolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tanmay. Unless any of my fellow judges have a burning question, I'll ask a question if I may.
Yes.
In my role, one of the things that I hear about is technology, AI is going to take away the jobs of a professional accountant, right? And I see that as being one of the other challenges to technology. What advice would you have for the professional accountants? Because you're clearly encouraging the adoption of technology. What advice would you have for those professional accountants?
Thank you, ma'am. You have asked a very relevant and burning question. And I'm not disagreeing that artificial intelligence will take the jobs it can take in any field, whether it be accounting, whether it be other working fields, it will take the job. But we can minimize that proportion in how much proportion it will capture those jobs. By how? By equipping ourselves earlier with this technology. If it will take some jobs in accounting, it will create new kind of jobs in auditing or in finance. So we must be ready to upgrade ourselves as we upgrade our cell phones to fight or to match the pace of this technological avalanche.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, judges, for the question, and thank you very much, Tanmay Sharma. You may rest now, and let's give 1 minute for the judges, 1 minute silence. And while we give silence of 1 minute to the judges, let us request Fahmid Chowdhury, speaker number 5, to get ready, please. Judges, thumbs up. Are you ready? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's move to contestant number 5, Fahmid Chowdhury, data analytics in the age of blockchain. Data analytics in the age of blockchain, Fahmid Chowdhury.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, can I start my presentation?
I believe so, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fahmid Chowdhury, representing Bangladesh in the Safa Allocation Quiz Contest 2021. My topic is data analytics in the age of blockchain. Before starting my presentation, I want to ask you a question what this number 15, what do you understand by this number 15? So numbers are powerful or very useful unless or until it is an insight or information. Without being an information, we cannot use this data for further decision-making process. This number 15 indicates the number of participants in today's contest. Now, this has become an insight or information, and you can come up with several decision-making about the drawing and presentation serial and so on. Now, in today's world of the business, we can get many kind of data in an unstructured way or scrambled way like this. But in order to make decision, we have to make this insightful or meaningful. Here comes the data analytics. In order to convert the raw data into insightful information, data analytics helps us to do so. Now, there are many kinds of data analytics. That is the descriptive one, what to do, diagnostic one, why to do, predictive one for the future forecast, and the prescriptive one for how to do it. Now, we are living in the age of data. According to Forbes, in 2021, we have already created 1 zettabyte data, which will fill up whole Pacific Ocean. So, any business can come up with several strategies by using this data or insight. But there is a question remains that about the authenticity of the data. We know when the fact is fake, future will be fearful. If based on fake data, if we come up with any kind of strategy, this will not be effective for us. So the question is how or what will make this data authentic? Here comes the solution, the blockchain. In a simple word, blockchain is just a ledger. But elaborately, this is a type of distributed ledger technology, a digital system for recording transaction and related data in multiple places at the same time. Blockchain is mostly known for its security purpose. Now let's have a short glimpse. How does it work? Blockchain is a chain of blocks, and each block contains record, 32-bit block hash, and previous block hash. Now, all the in the chain, all the records are connected with this hash code. Now, if anyone wants to hack it, hack a record, the hash of this record will change, but this hash will not be matched with the subsequent block. As a result, the chain will be broken down. In this way, a blockchain ensures the security. Now, the benefits of blockchain in this age of data. We are improving, first one is the improving big data security and the privacy, as I have shown you, and improving data integrity. If someone wants to modify the data in a blockchain network, he or she has to verify it for more than 50% of the nodes. Then the enhancement of the quality of big data. By using blockchain data storage, the quality of data can be improved as it is structured and complete data. Then the enhancement of the data sharing. The integration of blockchain with big data helps service provider to share the data to other stakeholders with minimum risk of data leakage. Then final one, the most important one, is the fraud prevention. The storage of blockchain data enables the financial institutions to monitor each transaction in the real time, hence allowing them to access the potentiality of fraudulent activity or any transaction. Now, keeping all these benefits in mind, we can all assume the prospect of blockchain. By 2019, venture capitalists has already invested in blockchain of around USD 512 million. And by the end of this year, 25% of the global 2000 company will be using blockchain. All this is based on the value addition by the blockchain. Here you can see that by 2015, around 176 billion value will be added, and it will be more than 17 times by the end of this decade. That is more than 3 trillion USD. And the size of the blockchain within 4 to 5 years will be around 40 billion USD. Now, the contribution blockchain can make in the data analytics. Throughout the process of data analytics, it faces many difficulties, many challenges, and blockchain here is to mitigate those challenges. For example, number one, data collection. In the process of data collection, it might be exposed to various malicious attacks or threats. Blockchain provides energy efficient data collection and secure data sharing environment using Ethereum or any kind of cryptocurrency. Then comes the data sharing. Lack of authorization is the risk we are facing while using data analytics. So in blockchain, there is a portion of smart contract, and we will be using for minimizing the authorization purpose. Then the file storage system, there might be privacy, security, or redundancy problem. Blockchain integrated with IPFS, that is interplanetary file system, provides the solution. Then comes the database management system. Distributed database might be exposed to internal or external attacks. Blockchain overcomes this data tampering using SHA 256. SHA means secured hashtag algorithm, as I have demonstrated all of you earlier. Then comes the data training. There might be a privacy issue while providing training to the members. Blockchain consortium with homomorphic crypto system provide a secure training platform where this challenge will be mitigated. Then finally, the most important one, the data privacy preservation. Services might be provided by third party, which might be exposed to the security breaches. Now, this crypto privacy method of blockchain will mitigate these challenges. So, data analytics with the help of blockchain may impact many of the business area. So, we are now focusing on how it is impacting the audit and accounting purpose. The accounting distributed ledger technology with the help of distributed ledger technology. The accountant will not be focusing on the reconciling items or reconciling any kind of database. And the auditor, from the auditing perspective, there will be no need of reconciling or accumulating information from the multiple database. It will be stored in a one single format. Then the authentic and secure recording will help the financial statements or any kind of report generated through the ERP system, and we will and this will be validated. And from the auditing purpose, there will be no need of any kind of confirmation balances from the intercompany or accounts payable or receivable or banks. So then the last one is the consistent data in real time. Accountant or auditors may give less effort or testing on reconciling item, as it will be a real time data. So the ultimate impact will be accountant or auditors can provide the focus more on the subjective areas like estimation and assumption, and also the mannerism of recording and classifying the transaction, and the risk of human error will considerable low. Then the overall probable impact of blockchain in data analytics, according to a research of KPMG LLP, 95% reduction in errors and 75% reduction will be in the capital consumption. On the other hand, there will be increase in the efficiency of 40%, and improvement in the customer experience will be 25%. So, in this age of data, we will be focusing more on analysis and getting some patterns or getting something valuable, while in order to make this useful for our decision making. So we have seen that what is data analytics, what is blockchain, and the relationship, and how blockchain contributes with in this data analytics, and overall the impact. As said by the CEO of Intel, data analytics is the new science and blockchain holds the answer. So we all have to prepare ourselves for this future transformation. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fahmid. Maybe Mr. Halim, can I ask if you have any questions for the speaker?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation by Fahmid Chowdhury. And yes, I have a question here, because in your presentation, we saw because of blockchain, there is a potential reduction in capital consumption by a significant percentage. Can you explain that? What's the meaning of that capital reduction? Is it in which form?
So the
capital consumption.
here the capital consumption will be based on if before blockchain, we will before blockchain or before any kind of data analytics, we will be investing or we will be focusing in various type of investment. But while using blockchain and data analytics, well, the data will be verified and data will be prescriptive and authentic. Then we will know specific then when to invest or in which sector we have to invest. Then by this we will deduct our capital consumption to 75%.
Okay, so your argument is the 75% reduction is on the investment made towards the data analytics, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay, thank you, judges. Thank you, Fahmid Chowdhury. Please remove your presentation from the screen now. And please give 1 minute silence to the judges. And while the silence is given, speaker number 6, Ahmed Tanvir, please get ready with your screen and adjustment.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes. Please stay silent. We ask for 1 minute silence from the judges.
Sorry.
The judges are ready. I can have a thumbs up. Thank you, madam. Thank you all. Yes, all judges are ready for the next speaker. And contestant number 6 would be Ahmed Tanvir from Pakistan. And the topic is Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Role of Professional Accountants. Over to you, Ahmed Tanvir.
You're on mute, Mr. Tanvir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wait a minute. Let me present my screen again. Okay, is the screen appearing?
Yes, it is.
Am I audible
Yes.
to everyone?
Yes, you are.
I would like to thank everyone and especially Safa for inviting me to speak on this topic. And I would like to greet the contest master, all the judges, and especially the president of Safa. So today I would be speaking on sustainable development goals. Now, how this came about and what does sustainable development means? First of all, I am going to explain it. In July 1992, the world leaders met together at the Earth Summit, and 178 member states of the United Nations Organization pledged to build global partnership for sustainable development to improve human lives and for the protection of environment. Thereafter, in 2000, the world leaders met again at the Millennium Summit and adopted the Millennium Declaration, which contained 8 Millennium Development Goals as a measure to reduce extreme poverty. Thereafter, the leaders met again in September 2015 at the UN Sustainable Development Summit and adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And therefore, the agenda was passed and the world was given an objective to achieve 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. So Ahmed Tanvir here, going to present about Sustainable Development Goals. and thereafter I would talk about the role of professional accountants. Now, what does the sustainable development mean? Sustainable development, in easy words to understand it, sustainable development says that, look, people, I'm not restricting your right to earn profits. I'm not restricting your rights to earn money. I'm not forbidding you to earn sustenance. But what I am forbidding you is from deplete the resources to the extent that the future generations are not able to enjoy them. Now, this is the basic definition of sustainable development. But along with this, sustainable development aims to improve human lives in such a manner that people of different race, religion, gender, and caste have an equal opportunity for becoming inclusive in society. So it is also the important component of sustainable development, and it was the recent development from Millennium Development Goals. Now I am going to quickly go through the sustainable development goals agreed at the Summit for United Nations, and thereafter I would talk about the role of professional accountants. The first sustainable development goals was no poverty. Due to COVID-19 crisis, the poverty rate has increased from 8.4% in 2019 to 9.5% in 2020. So millions of people have been pushed below the poverty line due to this crisis. The second objective is zero hunger. Right now, 2.34 billion people do not have access to food and regular, healthy, balanced diet. And the experts have said that the COVID-19 crisis have made the achievement of these two objectives impossible unless drastic actions are taken by countries and by the people. Now I'm going to go through other objectives in really good speed because I have to also talk about the role of professional accountants. Good health and well-being. Now we have seen that the COVID-19 crisis have exposed the health systems of many countries, including developed countries, and the situation in developing countries is even worse. There have also been increasing concerns for mental well-being, and in the recent development, PwC in US announced that it is introducing full-time work from home policies for its employees to introduce work-life balance and to gauge their mental health being. Fourth is quality education. The experts have said that the COVID-19 crisis have wiped out the quality gains of the last 20 years. Gender equality. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, when the companies were downsizing their operations, the women were the first one to lose their jobs. So gender equality ensures that women get an equal opportunity in participating with men in employment, in governing the country. So gender equality is also one of the crucial goals that were discussed over there. The sixth one is clean water and sanitation. Today, 2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water facility. The seventh one is affordable and clean energy. And in the recent development, the oil prices and other fuel prices have increased drastically throughout the world. And it has resulted in global inflation. And global inflation have pushed many people below the poverty line. It have reduced their purchasing power, and they cannot live the life, they cannot improve the quality of life. I would like to discuss the 8 and 9 point together. In light of this COVID-19 crisis, the innovation has increased because people have been confined to their homes. And when they were confined to their homes, they were seeking ways to earn money. And to earn money, they look for new ways. The encouragement of the IT sector makes this economic growth more long-term and sustainable. I'm only going to mention the rest of the sustainable development goals. The 10th one is reduce inequalities. The 11th one is sustainable cities and communities. The 12th one is responsible consumption and production. The 13th one is climate action. And all of us obviously know that the climate change is a reality, and professional accountants as the head of businesses have a great role in reducing the impact of the entities' activities on the climate. The 14th one is life below water and life on land. This includes all the species that are living below water and above land. The 16th one is peace, justice, and strong institutions. And professional accountants have a responsibility to improve the governance structures in the organizations that they are working. Because when we saw the previous presentation as well, the finance professionals have a crucial role in building up the corporate governance structures of these entities. The 17th one is partnership for the goals, because not only developing countries have the responsibility to achieve sustainable development, but developed countries also have a role to play in achieving these partnerships. And not only governments, but the corporates and the entities and people from all professions have to get together to achieve these goals. The role of professional accountants. Now, professional accountants have prominent positions in the organizational structures of businesses. As in the previous presentations, Ibrahim Khan has mentioned that the codes of corporate governance include the people who are financially literate to be included in the audit committees of the company, and they get the place in the board of directors as well. And therefore, when they are discussing the environmental risk in board meetings, they have the responsibility to ensure that agenda is put forward for gender equality. Agenda is put forward to reduce the carbon footprint and environmental footprint of entities' activities on the environment that it is operating. Professional accountants are also part of the governments and can make an impact. And a recent example is Piyush Goyal, who has served as the Minister of Commerce and Industry. He's a fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and he has served as the Minister of Commerce and Industry in India. The second person I would like to mention is Suresh Prabhu, who is serving as the Ministry of Commerce, who followed Piyush Goyal, and he is also a fellow chartered accountant. Business strategy perspective. Professional accountants need to make sure that all their objectives and critical success factors are in line with sustainable development goals. What should the critical success factors be? To make an inclusive environment for all the employees in the organization, to make the activities of the organization sustainable to all stakeholder groups, and not only the stakeholders that I have mentioned here. Climate is also a stakeholder, environment is also a stakeholder, and future generation is also a stakeholder of entity activities. Operational perspective. Now I am going to discuss three broader perspectives. The performance measures, the budgets drawn, and the analysis made must include social cost and benefits. Now, thereafter, when the entity is making its risk management, they should also consider environmental risk, for example, risk of resource depletion on the company. Third one, that the entities would have implemented controls in order to mitigate these social and environmental risks, such as internal environmental audits. So these controls must be evaluated externally and internally by the company in order to reduce this impact. Talking about the reporting perspective, the Safa distributes Safa Best Presented Annual Report Award, Integrated Report Awards, and SARC Anniversary Award for Corporate Governance Disclosures every year across South Asia. And most of the companies have been using International Integrated Reporting Council framework to form their integrated reporting. Furthermore, the trustees of the IFRS Foundation have proposed to make an amendment to their constitution to include International Sustainability Standard Board in their foundation in order to make a framework that would enable a framework to be formulated that is acceptable to all, that includes the input of all the stakeholders. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation, and I would like to open up the floor for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanvir. Maybe Mr. Thompson, as a fellow judge, can I ask you to maybe ask a question?
Sure. Thanks, Helen. Thanks, Ahmed. Great presentation. My question is, in light of the Sustainable Development Goals and the role of professional accountants, do you think that the education and training of professional accountants needs to change in order to embrace this new role? And if so, in what way?
The accountants should be trained in this way that they think of sustainable development. And what are the ways? This course must be included in the continued professional development courses of the respective accountancy bodies, so that the accountants may have the awareness that how to include the impact of environment in their decisions. The second thing is that it should be included in the syllabus, and not should only be included in the syllabus, but should be tested by the examination bodies for their students at the highest testing levels. So basically teaching the theories to students won't work. They must be case studies for the students in order to gain their views that how would they respond to different environmental situations in different scenarios.
Thanks, Hamid.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the answer. So thank you, Mr. Ahmed Tanvir. Now I have a very, very special announcement, because the speaker number 7 has withdrawn, and with the request of consideration of our chief chair judge from USA, who has, I think, got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to be with us, we must give the fellow judges and all a deserved break. So you are getting an 8 to 10 minute break right now, because we have the 7th participant contestant withdrawn, and I think the judges deserve a break. So please take the break, and when you are ready, I'll be watching you on screen. Give me a thumbs up and we can start. So 8 to 10 minutes is the recess right now. Thank you very much. Contestants also can take a walk, have some tea or whatever you like to do, and stretch your limbs and come back. Of course, speaker number 8 will be the first up. Get ready. Begum Shahjahan Shabnam. Speaker number 8, be ready, please, in 8 to 10 minutes.
Sir, am I audible and visible?
Are we okay to start?
I believe we are, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind cooperation. And that was, I think, a very deserved break for all, including me. Right. So let's, judges are ready.
Yes, I see all the judges back.
Yeah, my camera just fell off. Give me a moment to get me back on focus. Yes, I think. Yes, let's hope the camera doesn't fall again. Okay, and now we move on to contestant number 8. And contestant number 8 is from India, Begum Shahjahan Shabnam. And the topic is Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Role of Professional Accountants. Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Role of Professional Accountants, Begum Shahjahan Shabnam. Over to you.
Sir, am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
2 years ago, on my birthday, my mother gifted me a magnetic brooch. I was quite surprised on why she had given me a magnetic brooch because I just used the traditional pins to secure my scarf. I was surprised and I asked her why. She opened up an entire list before me and told, if you use this magnetic brooch, it won't tamper your clothes, it would have a long run and its value for money. Stop. I told my mother, why are you going on to an entire list for just buying a brooch? And she asked me, daughter, for anything what you buy, you should have a value for money. You should not just use and throw it to the environment and just burden everything around. So she was indicating me of something, and that is sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow speakers, and everyone who are listening to me, a very warm good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Myself, Begum Shahjahan Shabnam, representing the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We all know that we are far moving to a rapid billion population of 8.5 by 2030. By 2030, there will be a state of complete inequalities all around the world. There will be various issues of global strategic development challenges. This cannot be resolved by one country. This cannot be resolved by one government, one stakeholder group, or by one business, but we have to join hands. In 2015, in New York, the UN summit was held, wherein the Sustainable Development Goals of 2050 was laid out. There are 17 sustainable goals, as all of you know, with a target of 169. This SDGs call countries, governments, businesses, and what more to say, the public to come and join hands and to thrive for a better tomorrow by eradicating poverty, by removing illiteracy, and what more to say, by even reducing the amount of pollution in the environment. The 8 millennial development projects, which was there before in hand, it was not giving the development projects as a business priority. But whatever SDGs that have come into place by 2030 report, that was giving emphasis on giving the importance to business priorities for all the goals. That means the 17 goals. When I'm talking about the 17 goals in hand to have, there are various goals such as starting from eradication of poverty, zero hunger, good water and sanitation, and what more to say, good food, good life, and good people around. You might be wondering, in case of the world where everyone is giving importance to business and finance, why would we give importance to the aspects of the earth? But you have to note one important thing, that when there is finance, there will be growth of development of a company. When a company grows, the society around the company grows, a country grows, the continent grows, and the world grows. But the world to grow and the world to have in place, our Mother Earth is also to be protected. Ladies and gentlemen, the IFAC's vision is that accounting profession is essential to a strong, sustainable organizations, financial markets, and economies. Consequently, the accountancy profession has a very, very crucial role in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as represented by the SDGs at sustaining the people, planet, and prosperity. Yes, the 3 Ps, people, planet, and prosperity. There is the role of accountants in the achievement of those SDGs, which are divided into 3 major aspects. First one is the role of accounting professional organization, the PAOs, and the second one is the role of professional accountants, and the third one is the role of educating accountants. Today, I would like to speak on the role of professional accountants. Accountants are highly involved in this process of reaching the target of SDGs. They measure, they evaluate, and they disclose the progress in SDGs achieved by the company. The challenges of meeting the SDGs by 2030 is immense. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's immense. The 17 goals encompass 169 targets and 230 indicators. The task of ensuring widespread understanding, take-up, and skill development in assessment, monitoring, as well as reporting of progress towards the issues that the SDG encounters will be a definite challenge for the accounting professionals over there. What more to say? Why is it important that an accounting professional is required for achieving the target of SDGs? When we are moving on to a future era where there are many years in front of us, where artificial intelligence have come into place, the future markets, the future market preferences, even the customer judgments will be based on how a company or how a corporate is marked based on the SDG goals they have attained during their years of operation. So let me come to the topic straight. We want to talk about what is the key accountant's contribution in achieving these goals. I would like to prepare a dish in front of you. So you might get wondered, what is a dish? The dish I prepare is having 8 ingredients. The 8 ingredients of strategic sustainable development goals. So the first ingredient is goal number 4, quality education. Being a professional accountant, one must undertake initiatives to boost the profession's talent pool. You have to identify the innovative ways to contribute to the societal goals, such as increasing the financial literacy. Say, for example, I read an article where the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore, along with ACCA, is planning a program called Skills Future. To catch up the financial literacy of the people in Singapore, they have brought out this project. This is a wonderful idea over there. Next, let's bring on to the next ingredient, gender equality. We have to create partnerships and support those initiatives to increase women in the field of accounting and finance, as well as in the broader finance and business leadership roles as well. And the next ingredient is decent work and economic growth. Once we are an accountant, we have to enhance the awareness among accounting of SDGs in the corporate sector in which we work. We have to continue, and we must have a commitment and effort to build the capacity of professionalism in the sector in which we work. The next ingredient can be industry, innovation, and infrastructure. We have to facilitate the professional contribution to rebalance the economic and capital market decision-making in favor of long-term value creation. We have to also accelerate the efforts of influence of drive sound public and private sector governance as well. The next ingredient which I would like to use in my dish is responsible consumption and production. Being an accountant or a professional accountant, we have to help companies, either it be large company or transnational companies, to adopt to sustainable business practices. As an accountant who plays a very key role in an enterprise, we have to keep importance to the sustainable business practices. Next one is the climatic action. Now you might wonder why for a development in a company, a climatic action is having any influence? Yes, the answer to this is yes. We have to support market-based policy initiatives such as carbon pricing and investment in new technology. Also, being an accountant, you have to encourage and support the consistency, the accessibility, and the usefulness of climate-related reporting in the enterprise. Then, when you come to the peace, justice, and strong institutions, When we are working in an institution, we have to advocate for good governance, focus on smart regulation, rule of law, and well functions of national institutions must be ensured. Then the last and most important ingredient is the partnership work goals. When we are working in an institution as an accountant, collectively we have to consider whether we can contribute to the profession and for the enterprise as a whole. As accountants, what we have to keep in mind is we are the creators of value. We are the providers of value. We are the keepers of value, and we are the reporters of value. You have heard it right. We are the creators, providers, keepers, and the reporters. We provide all the necessary advices, instructions, techniques, and all the reporting helps and requirements for a corporate, thereby helping in corporate sustainability development. So my fellow beings over there, me, you, we, us, we are joining hands, and we ourselves, the accounting professions, are the spearhead that is to be thrown, and that is to be going to hit the target in reaching the sustainable development goal. Gone are the days when the poet said, we have miles to go before we sleep, but we don't have miles to go. It's already 2021, it's over, and we are going to 2022. No more miles to go. 2030 is nearby. Joining hands together, and 175 accounting institutions joining hands from here to here can join hands together and can thrive forward to a very good organization, and thereby we can move forward in achieving this SDG goals by 2030. Thank you all for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very impassioned speech. I enjoyed it very much. Maybe Dr. Batra, if I could try to find you on screen here. Do you have any questions for our speaker here? Dr. Batra, you're on mute. There we go.
I would like to ask a question from the Begum Shahja Shabnam. My question to you, Begum Shahja, is that we see at the present time, the world is dynamic, the world is becoming closer. So the expectations on businesses is at an all-time high. So what do you think? What are the challenges for the management accountants so that the various SDGs are become operational, they are achieved by the different organizations? So what do you think? How you explain the challenges before the management accountants towards these sustainable development goals?
Thank you so much for the question, sir. Sir, that was a very wonderful and a very relevant question. Thank you for that. So when telling about the current challenges, what is being faced by those organizations when they are striving to achieve this SDG goals, our first one is because of our pandemic COVID. All of you know that many of us may have faced the issues of this COVID on our own, wherein we can't directly go to the company for our work. So being accountants, we are the pillars of the finance section or of the company in which we work. Because of the COVID pandemic, many of the institutions are forced to send their employees to a work from home structure. So once the employees are doing a WFH structure, there are questions of how effectively is an employee working. So when looking onto the HR side or the human resource side, this is one particular challenge that the company or the organization have to face. And all of us know that since because of this pandemic, the entire industry was on a great crack. But now, since the pandemic is on the over and every vaccination is going on, every company is striving to get better and better. And what they have to do is they have been opening up their operations to the entire part of the world. So because of this pandemic, majorly the human resource, many companies have lost the life of many of the employees. And the second one is the efficiency of the employees working there. Third one is business is also dull in many parts of the world. And also the movement of the money from the entire part of the world, because the entire business cycle, the creditor cycle, the debtor cycle, all have been tampered because of the issues of this COVID. And these financial aspects plus the human resource aspect will come for the company for achieving the goals of this SDG 2030. This is my opinion, just for a 1 minute brief opinion on this.
Thank you, Shahja, for your answer, Begum Shahja. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Glad, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, judges, for the question and for the answer. Thank you very much, Begum Shahjahan. Now we get ready for speaker number 8. Before we do that, can we have 1 minute silence for the judges, please? And the speaker number 9 to get ready would be Inshaf Ahmed from Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka, ICASL. But silence, please, for the judges. Thank you very much, judges. We have got a thumbs up and we are ready to go. Speaker number 9. Speaker number 9 is Inshaf Ahmed, Data Analytics in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Data Analytics in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Inshaf Ahmed, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Alexa, switch on the light of my room. Alexa, switch on the lights. Hey Siri, call Michael, it's urgent. Michael online. Ladies and gentlemen, everything nowadays happens within a single click of a button, right in your fingertips. Isn't it amazing? Yes, of course, it is amazing. But this question popped up in my mind always. How, what, and who are doing this kind of works? What is integrated in between to provide these solutions? Well, I'm here to provide you with some amazing answers. Ladies and gentlemen, Toastmasters, and my dear fellow aspiring accountants, let me ask you a very simple question. Did you know that someone in some part of the world is in search of our data, is in search of our daily routine? The moment we go back to bed and the moment we wake up from our bed again? Did you know that someone in some part of the world who is very much unknown to us is in search of our phone calls, recorded ones? Yes, it is alarming, but the future is all about data. But it all comes down to one single question. How many times have our senior in charge, or our manager, or our director, or our partner have approached to us whilst performing our audit procedures and told us, hey, you are dealing with data. It is very important for strategic and tactical decision making. Please take charge. Anyone? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I see hands raising up. Thank you so much. But it all comes down to one single question. Why is data so much important? Ladies and gentlemen, data is the new doorway for new businesses and all businesses. Living in this 21st century, in a world filled with competition and competitive nature, data has become one of the biggest and the most vital assets, from Sir Paul Thompson's medium and small scale industry businesses to the top Fortune 500 businesses. Data has become a vital asset. Yes, it is the lifeblood. It is the new gold. It is the new oil of businesses. But before we move on, let me explain to you let me clear the myth of what data analytics is and what artificial intelligence is. First, data analytics. Data analytics is the process of converting raw data into informative information for businesses to make decisions. Whilst artificial intelligence is the process that has trained computers and machines to perform activities that were once performed by humans itself. For an example, my phone Alexa, my phone Siri, voice recognition, visual perception, language translation. Very simple, my ladies and gentlemen. But before we move on next, I need to explain to you of what is business analytics as well. Now, business analytics is the process of actually transforming raw data information into vitally business information in order to take business decisions. Very simple as that. Because oftentimes when we reach to our client places, we find this myth. What are we going to do for the future? What is our target next year? What are our purchases going to be? Who are our customers? Who are our high-end customers? Who are our low-end customers? What are the procedures that we are going to take in order to improve our sales? Everything we could do if we have the right business intelligence moving forward. Let me pause for a while and take you through one of the personal examples that I've dealt with. I am an external auditor working in the finance industry, and this finance industry have to face so many challenges during the past couple of years, with the pandemic strikes and the transactions being performed online. And one issue that remained centric and prime was how to remain customer-centric. And ladies and gentlemen, believe me, it was this data analytics and artificial intelligence which provided that right essence of solution to this. Because we know that financial industry is growing further higher and higher and higher each and every single day. But we as change makers need to realize how to adapt to these changes and provide value to our customers, being customer-centric. As I said before, artificial intelligence played its part. That was with my client base. But did you know, in China, in classrooms, they use headbands which records the concentration level of students. And at the end of the day, each report is sent to the parents and then to the sectional heads. And then at the end of the month, all of this data will be analyzed and then provided solutions to our students. Ladies and gentlemen, that's in China. But it all comes down, hey, what is the importance and use of data analytics? Well, number one is to enhance security. We preserve our privacy and we preserve what our company values the most. And security is one part that we value the most in most industries. With the use of data analytics, enhancing security is just like this. Number two is to streamline operations. If we can streamline our operations, that means we are within our industry. If we don't, we are out of the industry. Just take for an example, if we could streamline our supply processes, our purchasing processes within and go along with operations, then what else do we need as businesses? Number three is to mitigate risks and handle setbacks. Risks are everywhere. We cannot avoid risks, but what we could avoid is how not to fall into trap, is how to prevent those risks. And with the use of data analytics, risks can actually be prevented. For an example, let's take the purchasing receivables. We know so much of purchasing have been done during the past years. When we extract all these data, we know how to pay, when to pay at the right time. Isn't it super cool, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, indeed it is. Number four, it is to personalize the customer experience. Ladies and gentlemen, what if I tell you, hey, I love you? You feel so much adored, isn't it? What if we could do the same for our business clients? What if we could provide that personal human touch for our personal clients? It's amazing, isn't it? Data analytics with the use of artificial intelligence have that ability to provide those solutions. And number 5 is to make effective decisions. Good decisions make good results. And data analytics, like no other ages before, have come up with amazing solutions to provide and give good solutions, good decisions to the businesses. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we think when we work in the finance industry, it is only our finance industry who is affected by this data analytics. No, insurance, consumer trade, transportation, energy, sports, banking and services, healthcare, education and manufacturing, everyone uses these types of business intelligence, artificial intelligence and data analytics. Well, we come to the main part, the latest trends in the data analytics. We did discuss the latest trends in the previous slides as well, but these are just vital information just for you. Number 1 is growing interest in self-services. We love to be customer-centric and we love to give personalized solutions. And did you know that this industry is enlarging, is growing higher and higher as many industries could take it up and catch it up with. Number 2 is data integration through embedded analytics. What if we could provide all solutions at one-stop shop? Wouldn't it be amazing? Yes, it would be amazing. Artificial intelligence is taking its part. Number 3 is AI Ops. AI Ops is one of the best tools that have been deployed by Fortune 500 companies in order to analyze and provide quick solutions for their companies. Well, AI Ops is one of the market trends that have captured and made its mark. And number 4, finding tools that supports data integrity. We value integrity so much. We value our integrity, our company's integrity, our managers' integrity, our employees' integrity so much. And it is our duty to provide this integrity at the utmost. And companies are taking its time. And number 5 is graph analytics. What if we could analyze 100 years, 150 years, 500 years, 1,000 years data into one single graph and make quick decisions on the spot? Wouldn't it be amazing? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, data analytics is playing its part there. Well, we now come to the future. We all know businesses are expanding than ever before, and it is our duty to provide solutions. Well, the future is here with you. Data analytics and artificial intelligence is right in front of you. Data is the new oil. Artificial intelligence is its streamline. Are you willing to be its extractor? Over to you, contestant.
Thank you so much, Inshaf. Clearly a passionate advocate for AI and the opportunities it provides us. Again, unless one of the other judges has a burning question, I'll ask you a question if I may. You opened your presentation with some scary concepts, right? The fact that people want our data, and yet you still seem to be an advocate. Do you think there's ever a point at which AI has gone too far?
Yes, I definitely agree. And first of all, I would like to definitely thank you for asking that question. It is indeed a very fruitful question. Yes, it is alarming, but we humans itself is the one who develop these data. We humans are the ones who design this artificial intelligence. It is not just that artificial intelligence developed in its own, and it is we humans, we need to be safeguarded within ourselves. And it is we humans who need to provide effective solutions for these problems as well. I think it answered your question now.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that question, Chief Judge, and thank you, Inshaf, for your insightful speech presentation. And we would appreciate you take your slide off and take a rest now. Thank you very much. And let's give the judges 1 minute silence. And while we give judges 1 minute silence, can we request speaker number 10 Dilani Marian Jayatilaka to get ready to make her presentation after the 1 minute silence. Judges and judges, when you are ready, show me a thumbs up. Thank you. I saw a very quick thumbs up from one judge. Okay, that was easy scoring, I believe. Okay, and now we go into our 10th contestant number 10, speaker number 10, Dilani Marian Jayatilaka from CMA Sri Lanka. And the topic is Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Role of Professional Accountants. Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Role of Professional Accountants. Dilani Marian Jayatilaka, the virtual platform is yours.
Honorable panel of judges, respected guests, fellow accountants, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the unemployed youth of Sri Lanka, people stymied by the growth of scourging inequalities in Pakistan and Bangladesh, 190.7 million undernourished people of India and the malnutrition children of Nepal, 73% Afghani households that have no access to safely managed drinking water services. Isolated Victoria, Australia, with its 500 million killed animals, and war-waged Iran and the USA. To the highest number of professional accountants I could reach and I could be heard, greetings again. If business isn't sustainable, then society is at risk. And if society isn't sustainable, then business is at risk. I selected this famous quote of Mr. Mark Wilson only and only because no other phrase would rightfully describe my topic for the day, sustainable development goals and the role of professional accountants. As professional accountants act as the connecting bridge between all-time high expectations and the relevant businesses by integrating the sustainable development goals into management, governance, and reporting, and further facilitating greater connectivity between the social and the environmental benefits together with the economic benefits. It was in the year 1987 that this word sustainable development first came into discussion under the then Prime Minister of Norway, Ms. Brundtland, where sustainable development was described as using the resources allocated for today while conserving the resources allocated for tomorrow to be used tomorrow. Later, Mr. John Elkington tried to form a link between sustainable development and the business world via the concept of triple bottom line, enunciating the social bottom line, the environmental bottom line, together with the well-known economic bottom line. It was in the year 2000 that Mr. Kofi Annan made a public revelation that out of the top 100 economic entities in the world, only 20 are countries. Quite surprisingly, the remaining 80 are all businesses, and therefore it became impossible to grab the attention of the national leaders of countries to focus on sustainable development without an involvement from the business sector. And therefore, the UNGC, United Nations Global Compact, was designed to make the business world enter into the UN Sustainable Development Agenda. Later, in the year 2015, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals were introduced at the Rio + 20 conference, where all the member states of the UN signed the Paris Agreement, vowing that they will do their best in the achievement of the 17 SDGs for a better tomorrow. For the ease of understanding the 17 SDGs, I have divided them into 7 categories based on the role of each. The first category is the eradication of poverty and hunger, so as to ensure a healthy life. The second is to achieve universal access for basic resources such as water, sanitation, and sustainable energy. The third category is to support the generation of development opportunities to inclusive education and decent work. The fourth category is constant innovation and resilient infrastructure by creating communities and cities capable of producing and consuming in a sustainable way. The next category was reducing inequalities in the world, especially gender inequalities. The sixth category was caring for the environment by combating the climate change, by protecting oceans and the terrestrial ecosystems. Last but not the least, the seventh category was to promote collaboration between social sectors to create an environment of peace and sustainable development. While billions of the world enjoy an affluent lifestyle, still 1/10 of the world's population is living in extreme poverty. 30 million people are facing hunger across East Africa and Yemen. Malnutrition is having a disastrous impact, and children are among the worst affected. While 2.2 billion people do not have access to safely managed drinking water services, 4.2 billion people do not have access to safely managed sanitation services. The pool of unemployed graduates is rising to worrying levels, particularly in the East Asian economies and even in the high growth economies. Mass agriculture is carried out around the world, wasting a huge amount of water, whereas precision agriculture could be done using only 1/10 the amount of water used in mass agriculture, but giving a harvest 4 times greater than that given by mass agriculture. Gender inequality still holds back the development of individuals, the evolution of societies, and even the development of countries to the disadvantage of both men and women. The recent IPCC report suggests that if the global temperature increase by another mere 3.7 Celsius degrees, that there will be a $515 trillion reduction in the global economy. Even while I deliver this speech, the giant economies of the world are still having more discussions about more and more ballistic missile attacks and about declaring more nuclear wars, which would affect each one of us in one way or the other. This is where we are, even having signed the Paris Agreement, not doing even the minimum that we could do as professional accountants in saving the mother planet, the lifeblood of all. Moving on to the groundbreaking truth as to what you and I can do as professional accountants in achieving the triple bottom line rather than the single bottom line of profit in our organizations. If you as a professional accountant do not go that extra mile to reduce whatever the wastage possible in your organizations, may it be of food, water, electricity, etc. And if you do not encourage the reuse of whatever the resources possible, you might be depriving an innocent child in Africa his last meal to survive. If you and I as professional accountants do not make sanctions from our well-to-do budgets for the well-being of the underprivileged in our own communities, we might be depriving an innocent mother of proper sanitation facilities, leading her to falling ill and perhaps losing her baby. Are we as professional accountants giving maximum value to education? It comes with the opportunities of creating more jobs, but rather are we more interested in getting all the work done by a single employee, making that employee's work-life balance intolerable, or rather a suffocation? Are we as professional accountants making sure that the raw materials used in our departments are procured and consumed in a sustainable way? It might be that one sheet of paper that we do not reuse or recycle that result in the destruction of another tree in the production of another sheet of paper. Are we as professional accountants still gender biased in providing opportunities of work? It is high time that people are recognized for their capabilities, qualifications, and output rather than being marginalized on sex, religion, caste, or creed. Are we as professional accountants making sure that the least amount of plastic is used in our working environments? Do we take a more environmental friendly approach in doing businesses? Last but not the least, are we as professional accountants still pounding towards more and more economic division and division of the globe? Or do we rather invest in peace and harmony, where the global economy would rise in general, helping us in achieving the objectives of our organizations, the economic objectives of our organizations? When will we change our vision from business profitability to broader social responsibility? We might feel that what we are doing might be nothing, But what we have to understand is, as Mother Teresa once said, we might feel that what we are doing is just a drop in the ocean, but the ocean would be incomplete without that drop, or the ocean is made up of these tiny droplets. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very important that the accountants, professional accountants, understand that what the world is facing today is a real-time issue. And if we do not commit to do even the minimum that we could do as professional accountants, the only place that we've got to breathe and survive will soon reach its uncertainty, put into risk the life of yours, mine, together with many others. Today it is Nimal, a graduate from Sri Lanka, unemployed. We will let the same happen to Arash of Afghanistan. Today, it is Rajesh from India suffering from malnutrition. We will let the same happen to Abdul of Pakistan. Today, it is a kangaroo struggling to survive in Victoria, Australia. We will let the same happen to an elephant in Africa. Today, it is an innocent child in Syria devastated over the death of her beloved. Will you let Farhad of Iran or David of USA go through the same agony? If you still don't care, it's a shame. Let's make the Sustainable Development Goals count. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. A great presentation. Actually, I'm going to turn to Dr. Batra. Do you happen to have a question for the speaker?
Yes, I would like to ask a question here. Ms. Dilan spoke about the sustainable goals, about poverty, hunger, environment. She brought many issues, but I just would like to ask her that what is more important, that achieving the sustainable goals, or you should align the sustainable development goals with the business objectives, mission and vision. So what is more important, alignment or achieving the goals directly?
Thank you very much for the question, sir, and I'm delighted to answer your question. Actually, it's both. As long as we align our business objectives together with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, automatically the problems that we discussed in my slides, automatically the problems would be that would automatically serve as a solution to the problems, because it's basically the fact of the matter is that, as I also focused in my presentation, that what people are interested is about basically about the business profitability. Whenever we are always doing a business, what many of the entrepreneurs are also interested is about making their profits more. Nonetheless, if we change our vision from business profitability to broader social responsibility, if we align our business objectives together with the 17 SDGs, it will automatically serve the purpose of solving these issues that have arisen because the 17 SDGs are not adhered to. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question and the answer. Thank you very much, Dilani, Mary and Jayatilaka. And let's give 1 minute silence for the judges. And while they prepare their scoring, let me invite speaker number 11, Prakriti Aryal from Nepal, to get ready for her presentation. In silence, please. And judges, when you're ready, show me your thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Judges are ready. And so we move on to contestant number 11 from Nepal, Prakriti Aryal,
Yes, sir.
Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the role of professional accountants. Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and role of professional accountants. Prakriti Aryal, the virtual platform is yours.
Sir, the sound is good?
Yes.
Visible,
It
right?
is good. Yes.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm good. Okay. I would like to start. Oh, wait.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'd like to start. Pandemic, what? Yeah, it killed many who got it. Days and days of lockdown, it became difficult to survive, forget live. Oh, the downslope, you mean how? Economists sided? Not even a decade left. How do we start? How do we fight it? But it's not the first time. The world has been through it before. Even Nepal, with massacre, earthquake, and blockade back and forth. Everyone has a chance to contribute, and accelerate the chart, each one holding an opportunity of being the part. So let's be hopeful. Let's work harder on what we can. We are the era of superhumans, as it said. Let's wear that pride. Let's move forward to the goals where we can say we were in the card for the transformative ride. A warm greeting to the panel of judges, all the honorable dignities, delegates, and participants here. I am Prakriti Aryal representing ICANN. Allow me to serve you for the next 10 minutes on Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the roles of professional accountants. Sustainable goals are such that assures long-term future development and prosperity. Each of these goals carry a great deal in shaping the world to be a better, safe, and developed place. Every country, either falling under the bracket of developed, highly developed, developing, or underdeveloped, has something left to achieve, be it safety, violence eradication, good mental health, or proper education. So, when and how did it start? UN General Assembly, 25th September, the Assembly adopted the resolution of Transforming Our World 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and it ended with 193 member states of the UN carrying this big, ambitious decision, that is to adopt 17 global goals with the aim of ending poverty, fighting inequality and injustice, and tackling climate change by 2030. Research says these 17 sustainable, ambitious goals are very different than all the goals UN has made till date because of its one unique feature, that is interrelationship between each other. Contributing to one goal directly relates and increases the growth of another goal. For example, no poverty goal supports zero hunger goal and better life of planet and climate action goal. Clean water and sanitation goal minutely supports good health and well-being goal. For the last 7 years, all the countries of the UN are working to their best for achieving these goals, while SDG indicator in almost all countries were rising at a time or another, with the hope that 2030 will bring different morning to this world, the unpredicted event, COVID-19 pandemic. As the pandemic raged across the planet, livelihood turned upside down and government have been rocked. It's true, there have been some winners, but mostly we have collectively lost. Estimates abound in trillions of dollars of the financial impact from this unprecedented economic crisis. Beyond the money, the true social and health fallout is incalculable. As always, the poorest have been hit the worst. Implementing the UN Sustainable Goals was already no mean feat, but under the current situation, it got harder. It's almost like a leap backward to the position we started from. So, let's answer the question how we, as a professional accountant, have been contributing to meet this goal. How can we play our role to be the better part of the transformation our community, nation, and the world needs to take? As quoted by CEO of World Business Council for Sustainable Development, Baker, from the World Business Forum for Sustainable Development, notes that accountants are going to save the world. And I think it's quite accurate, as professional accountants are creators of value, providers of value, keepers of value, and reporters of value. We play leading role in the development and implementation of strategies, plans, policies, structure, and activities of the management that set a course to create sustainable development values. We
We provide high quality reporting horizon, which is the basis of the sustainable development strategy. We protect natural, social, industrial, and financial capital of the company. We also ensure high quality reporting for the stakeholders. In 2016, IFAC announced in a report that 8 out of the 17 goals can be achieved with only significant involvement of the professional accountants. Those 8 goals being, as mentioned in the slide. And if we go a little into details over these 8 goals, we can vividly see direct and indirect impact that the professional accountants hold to achieve these goals. That creates a horizon between sustainable development goals and the professional accountant. For example, professional accountant acting as a guide and translator of the triple bottom line ideas using the language of corporate sustainability in collaboration between the relevant organization and government directly contributes to partnership for the goals goal. Professional accountant also ensures whether the organization have been following environment management accounting or is acting according to the law and justice of the nation. And due to these rules of the professional accountant in organization, decent work is promoted that creates ethical and honorable business, more directed and regulated system, and which eventually results in secure work life of the employee, satisfaction in work, ultimately pushing peace, justice, and a strong institution goal. Even in the context of Nepal, professional accountant in collaboration with government of Nepal and lawmaker ensures if changes made to SDGs has been followed by all the relevant companies. They also act in advisor's position for making new regulations that contributes to SDGs. Like many positive changes or many positive amendments enhancing women empowerment, better living standard, and decent work life has been made in Labor Act and labor rules. Professional accountants here checks if that has been followed and duly regulated by the companies. Environment impact assessment formulated through Industrial Enterprises Act directly contributes to climate action goal. Professional accountants here are entitled to assess and verify if such has been done before approving the financial or commencing the business. Corporate social responsibility, the fund to be maintained by every organization. This has brought a responsibility on companies to focus on their surrounding environment and community so as to uplift them. Professional accountants here audits and ensures CSR has been properly utilized and for the right cause. Still, I don't think it is still the future perhaps we last envisioned, expecting what lay ahead for the sustainable development goals and professional accountants. But progress must be made. So to go forward, our role as professional accountant should move beyond the usual style of reporting, refrain from adding more to the corporate report, and truly participate in the achievement of the SDG. In other words, it's an opportunity the professionals need to grasp, use their core capabilities, and make it a part of the way we actually do business. We have to go beyond signing off a set of financial accounts or producing a variance report and take part as the transformative drivers, the enterprise analysts, the assurance providers, the stakeholder reporters. We should be moving beyond the recovery and making choices, managing complexity and uncertainty in areas like governance, social protection, green economy, and digital disruption. In nutshell, as a human family, we have never done anything like SDGs before. It's uncharted territory. We are going to have to overhaul the way we live, the way we do business, produce energy and food, dispense justice, and empower the most disadvantaged. We have no choice but to stay forward. Taken together, SDGs and professional accountancy, we offer a pathway beyond recovery to our 2030 to turn the greatest human development into a historically forward with SDG as our compass. So let's take those steps, blend with the change. It's high time we play our role as much as we can to contribute to transform our world, to try and live it a better place than we were given. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prakriti. Let me ask Mr. Halim, do you happen to have a question for our speaker?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation by Prakriti.
Thank you, sir.
We got a lot of information. I have a question for you, because every time we are talking about the role of the accountants and achieving the sustainable development goals. But regulators and relevant authorities are also trying their level best, even academic institutions and even when you see the syllabus for the accounting examinations also. From time to time, they keep changing and improving to tackle all the possible areas for the accountants. My question is it because of the policymakers that we are struggling to achieve these goals, or because of the accountants? In that case, in your opinion, what else could we do more to convince the policymakers?
In the perspective of policymakers, or in our perspective, what could be changed? I'm sorry, I'm not clear about the question.
My point is because we accountants are trying our level best, and
yes,
we are doing reporting, and we are from on ethical side also. And when we advise, for example, to the management, we are trying our level best to protect the environment and do this and that. But the argument is the ball is on the side of the policymakers, not on our side. What is your opinion on this?
So it is like this, as per my opinion, professional accountants and our profession has been focusing on the financial and statistic part for a very long time. We have put an impression on people that we only work with financial data and numbers, but our core thing is value, and people don't clearly see it because we just give the results in reporting part and not actually it's not actually visible outside the report. The report can do many things, but not everybody gets through it. Not everybody gets it. Maybe that's why the policymakers have a complaint with us. But as a future or aspiring professional accountant, I think we give a lot of value, and we can give a more if we will to. From this, I said many examples, in environment impact assessment, which we verify, we go through the fields, we see if the company is doing well and is according to the protocols, and we give the report. If it's good, if it's good. If it's not good, it's not good. After that, what happens is not in our hand, right? So I think the policy maker also should see the effort, and afterwards result, what happens to it. Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. So your point is still we have a lot to do to convince the policy makers, right?
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to have future research on that as well, to see our progress on this. Are we doing well? Okay, thank you for the answer. Yes.
Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you for the judges for the answer. And that was a brief discussion as well. Very good. And now we can take your screen off, for Preeti, in preparation for 1 minute silence. And we get ready for contestant number 12. Contestant number 12, Muhammad Shamri Shafir. You can get ready silently while the judges prepare the score, complete their scoring, and the judges will give me a thumbs up when they're ready, please.
I'm not getting stop share.
Are the judges all okay? Thank you very much. Judges are ready for contestant number 12. And contestant number 12, speaker number 12, Mohammed Shamri Shafir from ICASL, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. And the topic, data analytics in the age of artificial intelligence. Data analytics in the age of artificial intelligence. Mohammed Shamri Shafir, the platform is yours.
Excuse me, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool. Few weeks back, I was searching for an earbud because I really needed. So I was searching for some options through the internet. And that was one of my trending search. And when I was scrolling through my Facebook, I just see some. When I was scrolling through my Facebook, I see all the ads which is popping out is related to earbud deals. I was surprised. And how did this happen? My dear judges, panelists, and fellow contestants, we are living in an age where we schedule our appointments through Google Assistant, and we schedule our day-to-day life with virtual assistants. And also, we have a super concept called baby eggs where we can interact with. At the present age, the machines are mimicking human behavior, human intelligence, and it is the age of artificial intelligence. So for all these concepts, the main infrastructure is data. So this data can be tons of tons, which is certainly a big amount. So these should be processed and proper insights should be taken in order to get a proper knowledge about this data. So we have a pretty important tool called data analytics. So what data analytics does is it finds the hidden patterns, hidden trends inside the data set and gives with some visual representations to the users in order to make conclusions. So in this data analytics, we have mainly 4 types. Number 1, descriptive analytics. So what descriptive analytics does is, with the past data, it finds out reasons for the basic question, what happened? And it's the base for other 3 analytics as well. And next, we have diagnostic analytics. It finds the reason from the data set. Why did it happen? And at third, which is really important in the concept of AI, predictive analytics. It's giving answers to the question, what is likely to happen? For this concept, we'll have to use some more additional things, regression analysis, forecasting, and statistical concept in order to derive the conclusion. And you need good quality data to do this thing. And finally, as a doctor, we have prescriptive analytics. It helps us to find out what should be done from the data set. And at the present world, we have a number of data analytic tools to be used, which popular tools are R programming, Tableau, and Python. And even Microsoft Excel is also a basic type of data analytic tools, which we use on a daily basis. And usually, we learn something by repeating or practicing. Same as for machines, there's a concept called machine learning. So you get the data which is analyzed from the data analytics, and you will have to feed it to the software, and then you will have to give an algorithm. An algorithm is is a set of rules or direction how the machine should process the data. So the machine processes the data and comes up with a model. That model could be used for our future works. And you know, the best part is AI is a collection of machine learning models. So a number of machine learning models get together and form the model of AI. And at present world, we have this important concept called AI analytics, the mixture of artificial intelligence and analytics. What does it really do? Let's find out. So AI analytics, it's pretty much different from the traditional data analytics. So the traditional data analytics requires human intervention. But if you plug in with the AI, no need of humans, and a lot of number of data can be processed. And also, if it's the normal data analytics is done, it gives us only the trend. But at AI analytics, we can find out the causes behind the trend as well. And it takes only a few seconds to find out the reasons. So we're coming to the benefits of AI analytics and the industry practices. As I mentioned you earlier, I had a surprise with Facebook. So this business benefits of AI analytics includes successful marketing campaigns, where Facebook is one of the biggest company which uses AI analytics to increase their marketing campaigns, and they make it do it successfully. What they do is they just search out for the things which their users search for more, and then pop out with advertisements which is related to those searches. And as well as same other social media also use the same techniques. And next we have an benefit, customer engagement. This has an example, Netflix and Spotify. What Netflix does is that the Netflix with the people who are with the subscriptions, they find out the daily usage of which genres the people are using, and then they will suggest some good. But if they have any new TV series or something, they automatically the AI will suggest the user. And same applicable for Spotify as well. It also suggests the people with new playlists, what is according to the user's genre. And AI analytics can be used for efficient supply chain. At present, Alibaba in China uses a warehouse fully automated with robots, and it's totally based on AI analytics. And when it's coming to innovative products, Starbucks coffee is doing a greater job. They get the insights from their loyalty customers and come up with a new product inventions in order to satisfy customer cravings. And what's the use for accountants of this AI analytics? It helps to discover hidden insights, helps to detect frauds, because it identifies unusual patterns. So this helps for the auditors or for the management if a fraud is happened to find, and you can find better forecasts. And also if you plug it to your working capital management, it will give you an efficient operation. And for auditors, it will be very useful, these AI technologies. And what are the drawbacks of AI analytics? Every time you can't have all the benefits, but there can be drawbacks. So as usual, it includes a high cost to get an AI, to make an AI model, and it lacks creativity. When a human does something, he has the mindset to creatively change. But in an AI, you program it up to something. So with that programming only, it does the relevant operations. And as usual, if we do not get into our skills, what we need, increase in unemployment will be there, and AI doesn't have ethics because it's programmed. Whatever we program, it will do that. Even if we program something bad, it will do the same thing. So before concluding, there is a nice quote from a research analyst, Peter Sondergaard. Information is the oil of the 21st century, and analytics is the combustion engine. So my dear accountants, it's our duty to have the skill of data analytics while we are doing our professional work. So we'll try our maximum to get the knowledge what we need so we can win this world as one. Over to you, contest master.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Mr. Thompson, I see you've gone off mute, so maybe you have a question for our speaker here?
Indeed, I do, Ellen. Thank you very much, Mohammed. My question is, some years ago now, I was educated and trained as a chartered accountant, England and Wales. I was taught how to do tax. I was taught how to do financial reporting, financial management, a little bit of law and the rest. Technology barely featured in my curriculum. In light of what you say about artificial intelligence and data analytics, do you feel that these topics should be much more prominent in the curriculum of the professional accountant?
Thank you very much, sir, for that question. Actually, we should make it as a compulsory subject with our curriculums. And even in our chartered accounting syllabus, we have a component called IT. At the final stage, we get a subject related to data analytics. So we should compulsorily, we should pass that subject in order to get our qualification. And even before that, we have some courses related to business enterprise softwares and advanced Excel, those kind of things. And my suggestion is it's better if we can add some more IT components from the beginning of the syllabus itself. As we start with the foundation itself, if we can add more IT components into our syllabus, it would be really grateful for the students in order to achieve the success.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, and thank you, Mohammed Samri, for your answer and the speech. Much appreciated. Now we should have 1 minute silence for the judges, and in that 1 minute silence, can we request speaker number 13, all the way from Pakistan, Tamkanat Era, to get ready for the speech, and do it in silence. Be ready while the judges will give me a thumbs up when they are ready. Thank you. Thank you. The other two judges, please. Yes. And Mr. Halim, okay. Right. Judges are ready for contestant number 13, Tamkanat Era, on the topic Data Analytics in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Data Analytics in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Tamkanat Era from Pakistan. The platform is yours.
Can machines think? Alan Turing. Excuse me, I am having some technical issue. Wait. Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Can machines think? Alan Turing, an English mathematician and computer scientist, answered this question in 1950. Excuse me, something is wrong with my presentation right now. It's not moving forward. Can somebody guide me? It won't move forward. I don't know what's wrong.
Can you take a breath and maybe continue without the presentation?
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
No?
Yes, it's showing the content hasn't come on yet, but your screen sharing, it says, yes, now we can see, but this is where you said you were there and it gets,
Yeah, it's not, it's actually not moving forward for some reason. Yeah,
so
okay, it is
is
now.
it possible, as the Chief Judge mentioned, for you to carry on without the...
Yes, okay, yes, okay. I'm gonna try anyway, thank you. I'm gonna start again, okay. Can machines think? Alan Turing, an English mathematician and computer scientist, answered this question in 1950 by devising a test known as the Turing test. A Turing test is a test of a machine's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior equivalent to that of a human. In simpler words, if a machine could fool a moderator or judge into thinking that it was actually a human being, the machine would pass the Turing test. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the crux of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a branch of computer science whose goal is to create a machine that can function intelligently and independently, a machine that is able to adapt, learn, and deploy itself in uncertain and dynamic environments. A machine that is able to transcend the barrier of being an insentient object and is able to mimic and stimulate human thought and behavior. Now let's talk about data analytics. What is data analytics? On the onset of the 21st century and with the introduction of social media, scientists were faced with one massive predicament. There was an endless ocean of raw data in the world. There were billions of bytes of cyber data and informations of millions of people, such as their age, their demography, their income, and their gender. And there was only one question about it. What do we do with it, and how do we take the most benefit out of it? To answer that question, data analytics came into being. Data analytics can be described as the process of converting raw data into helpful structured information, so you can make informed and intelligent decisions for the maximization of your satisfaction, whether monetary or of any other kind, using special data analysis tools such as Microsoft Excel that we're all hauntingly familiar with. Data analytics and artificial intelligence come together through a subset of artificial intelligence known as machine learning. By allowing computers to learn how to solve problems on their own, machine learning has made a series of breakthroughs that once seemed nearly impossible. Machine learning allows applications and computer softwares to become highly accurate in predicting outcomes without being explicitly programmed to do so. There are three major types of data analytics: descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics. Descriptive analytics. Descriptive analytics tells us what has happened over a given period of time, such as the performance levels of a product in terms of its sales or the highest number of views on a YouTube video. Let us consider the example of Facebook, as a fellow contestant just did before me. We are all familiar with the haunting reality that whenever you're talking about something in your private conversations, you start seeing ads related to it later on your Facebook homepage. The science behind this is easily understandable. Our smartphones have several ways of collecting our information, such as through our geolocations or such as through data scraping from text messages on our messenger apps such as WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. Facebook, the company now known as Meta, has access to that information, and it then uses machine learning to categorize it into descriptive analytics, which then helps it to send us relevant suggestions. This is actually a profit maximizing strategy, as this is the revenue model of Facebook, but it definitely creeps us out. Predictive analytics suggests what is going to happen in the probable future. An example could be hedge funds that have been using data analytics-based algorithms for the trading of stocks, which basically means the creation of a model that constantly takes in data from the stock market, analyzes past patterns, and it can tell you the state of the stock exchange at any given point in time. Prescriptive analytics suggest a course of action. For example, you all might have heard of IBM's Watson computer, which is being used by oncologists to treat cancer all over the world. IBM software uses data from medical journals and clinical trials, and it helps doctors to develop treatment plans that is tailored exactly according to the patient's individual symptoms and needs. An example that combines all three types of data analytics together is a virtual assistant, such as Google Assistant or Siri. It can tell you what day it is. It can tell you what the best pizza place in town is, and it can also tell you how the weather will be tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's talk about possibilities. According to a study conducted by PwC Global, AI could contribute up to $15.7 trillion to the global economy in 2030. Which is more than the current output of China and India combined, of which $6.6 trillion is likely to come from increased productivity, $9.1 trillion is likely to come from consumption side effects. How is that going to happen? Ladies and gentlemen, data analytics has proven to be a source of potential growth and productivity in any corporate environment, as every company can learn something from a failed or successful transaction. Some examples have been cited in Harvard Business Review, such as in services, not only will we get better at forecasting demand, but we will also learn how to provide the right product on a hyper-individualized basis, which means everything exactly according to your needs. This will contain this. The examples include YouTube, Spotify, and Netflix recommendations. It's already happening in the world. In retail, we will see more sophisticated supply chains and a deeper understanding of consumer preferences, and an ability to customize products both online and offline. In manufacturing, we will see an evolution towards complete real-time system monitoring. So you can see the process from A to Z while it goes through the whole manufacturing process, and you will be able to see any problems that arise in real time. So you can change them the moment that they occur. In agriculture, we will be able to use data to tell us which crops to grow, in what quantities, and in what locations. Ladies and gentlemen, this will render the whole growing process more efficient. There are endless possibilities. Data analytics in the age of artificial intelligence is a world waiting to be explored. An example that I could cite for our Safa bodies is that you all have data, all the bodies have data regarding the students that perform exceptionally. Using that data and using a machine learning based algorithm and a machine learning based program, what you can do is you can try to make up a model which tells you from which communities do the most brilliant minds come from. And then all the different Safa bodies can advertise the relevant education program in those relevant communities, and you can increase the profit, obviously, since you'll be getting a lot of students from the communities in which students have brilliant minds. And you will also be ensuring the retention of students, and you will also be working towards the brilliance of this profession. Ladies and gentlemen, the world of data analytics in the age of artificial intelligence is an endless ocean. It is waiting to be explored. Let us all wait and see what more is there to come. Let us all sit tight and wait for whatever revolution is about to blow our minds away. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamkanat. Nice recovery, by the way. Mr. Halim, I see you're off mute. Do you have a question for the speaker?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, okay, now we are talking about the benefits and the advantages of artificial intelligence and everything. What are the major inherent risks that we are going to face with that new improvement? Just give one example.
Okay, the major example will obviously be unemployment.
No, apart from the human factor.
Sorry? Hello? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Because we are depending on that artificial intelligence and also the development on that front. And we all know because there will be an issue and on the human capital side of it.
Yes.
Apart from that, what are the major inherent risks that we are going to face with that new development? Like one example.
I think that that globalization of information, it's like the data, which is actually basically the agenda of a lot of companies right now, such as you may have heard of Facebook, the company now named Meta, their new mission statement that they want to create a connected world. I think that there are a lot of benefits of it, obviously a virtual reality where everybody is connected at the same time, but there are a lot of risks with it because you're not the person that you are in reality. It's going to get really distorted online. And when you keep on growing with that information, the person that you are online is not going to be who you are in reality, and that is going to create a diaspora. It's going to create a conflict between your actual identity and your virtual reality. And that is going to create a lot of problems in people, in their minds. It's going to create a lot of psychological problems, as it already does. Since we see that a lot of internet celebrities and Instagram influencers, they're going through a lot of crazy phases where they're just take a break from social media because they cannot keep up with the identity that they've created online. Helen,
Yes.
I love your chat. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the answer. Of course, data protection issues and intellectual property issues will be there, as you have rightly touched some areas of that as well. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that interesting question and a very pertinent answer. So let's have 1 minute for the silence for the judges as we go into expecting speaker number 14. And speaker number 14 comes from Nepal, Nilanjana Mishra. So please get ready with your screen and your audio in silence while we wait for a thumbs up from the judges. Judges, okay. Thank you, Chief Judge. Yes. Mohammed Alim, okay. Dr. Chai, okay. Right. Contestant number 14 from Nepal, Nilanjana Mishra, and the topic, Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the role of professional accountants. Nilanjana Mishra, the platform is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, and the screen we can see.
Okay. Even before I passed my intermediate level, I wanted to be part of Safa conference, and finally, here I am. A very warm good evening, everyone. This is Nilanjana Mishra, representing the students of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal as the winner of ICANN Elocution Contest 2021. Had we been able to do this presentation in person, it would be so much more than just a presentation. Imagine roaming around this beautiful beach that Sri Lanka has and sharing your business insight with all these competent participants from the world. This is such a missed opportunity, but I do have to take this opportunity to thank CMA Sri Lanka for providing us this volunteer platform. In the year 2015, the leaders of the world agreed that they can change the world for the better, and thus the Sustainable Development Goals, as shown on the screen, were identified. According to United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, US $5 to $7 trillion is required for the implementation of SDGs. 8 goals which are directly linked to a professional accountants, as identified by IFAC's Professional Accountant and Business Committee, include quality education, gender equality, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and other goals, as you see on the screen. Let's begin with the initiation or budgeting for Sustainable Development Goals. Based on the lessons from Millennium Development Goals, governments need to systematically translate their high-level policies and priorities into budget decisions and deliver via domestic budget processes. Before SDG aims at facilitating discussions and presenting possible solutions and models for budgeting SDGs for countries to consider. If we look closely at the sequence of activities in promoting the budgeting for SDGs agenda, we can see that there is not even a single role which can go untouched without the help of a professional accountant, whether it be SDG context analysis, public financial management system review, institutional analysis, modeling the choice, reforming of the roadmap, and putting the budget in action. All will require the contribution of a professional accountant to do a better performance. There are some activities which a professional accountant cannot do alone, and hence he needs to resort to the collective efforts of other professional accountants as well. And let's have a look at the roles of the bodies which are related to a professional accountant. Some of the prominent works of INTO-SI, International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, which are relevant to a professional accountant, include high-quality audits of sustainable development goals by Supreme Audit Institutions. IDI, in cooperation with INTO-SI Knowledge Sharing Committee, has launched a capacity development program on auditing SDGs. Discussions with stakeholders for SDGs as a possible contents for audit work suggest coordinated audit as one of the tools for governments of public sector. Supreme Audit Institutions also evaluate the preparedness of the government for implementation of SDGs. Additionally, meeting the global demands of accountants with a range of skills, technical, but also leadership, business, and entrepreneurship related skills, providing relevant professional education efforts, which is also in line with SDG goal number 8, decent work and economic growth, and description of good practices related to SDGs, providing continuing professional education to accountants and helping them to maintain relevance and contribute to sustainable outcomes. Coordinated audit for center of government level where professional accountants can contribute include process of institutionalization and internalization of the 2030 agenda, long-term planning for the implementation of 2030 agenda, risk prevention management mechanisms, follow-up review and preparation of voluntary national review. Some of the government decisions where the professional accountants can help with are whether to use the existing institution to implement the goal or to use another administrative structure for their purpose, integration between the national plans and the agenda, or separation between the national plans and the agenda. According to IFAC, the journey with SDGs and its member organizations will require 3 million professional accountants worldwide. Now you can imagine the relevance of a professional accountant for the implementation of SDGs. Before we move on to the other roles, let's understand a little bit more about the SDGs. SDGs follows the Millennium Development Goals, and it is based on the 5 P's strategies: peace, people, prosperity, planet, and partnership. It also includes all the countries of the world. There are 17 goals, each has 8 to 12 targets and has subdivided into 1 to 4 indicators. The professional accountants can contribute in all 3 stages of sustainable development goals, whether it be formulation, implementation, or evaluation. In the formulation stage, professional accountants can provide inputs to government for plans, bridge the gap, educating about SDGs to stakeholders, provide recommendations on the additions to be made on the financial statements which are made in line with supporting SDGs. In the implementation phase, encouraging businesses to meet SDG requirement, driving the formation of strategic partnerships, emphasizing the importance of ethical behavior throughout the value chain, and sharing businesses through their own understanding of businesses, that is, starting up as angel investors or even as entrepreneurs themselves. In the evaluation stage, accountants help to boost accountability, also providing feedback to UN and national institutions regarding any deficiencies in the indicators and targets. Economic issues which are in the way of achieving sustainable development goals can be solved with the help of a professional accountants. Various regulatory dilemmas, taxation issues, and financing problems, cost reduction issues, management concerns can be solved. Professional accountants in business and their roles. Globally, the private sector accounts for 60% of the gross domestic product. Now you can imagine that without the cooperation from private sector, the sustainable development goals is not going to be implemented properly. Hence, the professional accountants in business and their roles include encouraging sustainable business ideas, creating job opportunities, supporting gender equality, bridging the investment gap, and invest in alternative sources of energy, responsible use of resources. PwC's reports say that 71% of businesses say that they're already planning on how they will engage with SDGs. However, only a 13% have actually the tools needed to assess their impact against SDGs. However, as professional accountants, we can help them in both the stages, whether it be planning stage or assessing the tools and identifying the tools. SDGs indicators metadata repository is a incoming concept. It is a work in progress. The professional accountants can help in data collection, data storage, as well as providing various contributions to the metadata repository. According to Wikipedia, sustainable development focuses on natural resources and sustains ecosystem services, meeting the human development goals. Now, let me share with you all a very recent example of Nepal. Say they are building a road. The road goes straight through a mosque or say a stupa. They are planning on relocating it. It meets the human development aspect of the sustainable development goals. Environmental resource aspect is also acceptable. The ecosystem is not harmed. Now, would you consider this definition to be sustainable development goal? Of course not. The circles of sustainability does do justice to quite an extent, but sustainable development goal is such a big concept and cannot really be bounded by the concept of this definition. SDG goal number 5 gives emphasis to equality rather than equity. And I do have a little bit of a problem with that because the women have been set back by hundreds of years, and I don't really think equality is going to do much for them. Let's have a look at some of the burning issues. Do you think Bitcoin is sustainable? A yay or a nay? Honestly, let me tell you all, Bitcoin is not sustainable. Elon Musk, the multi-billionaire company owner of Tesla, has stopped receiving payment in Bitcoin, and also China has stopped receiving payment in Bitcoin. Black and LGBTQ Life Matter movement has swapped the internet and had made us realize that differences in culture and social clashes exist in all parts of the world, whether it be most developed parts of the Europe or the remotest part of South Asia or Africa. COVID-19 has taken over 225 million jobs worldwide, and 750 million people are now not able to fulfill their basic needs. It creates additional challenges for sustainable development goals. The upcoming challenges would be economic fluctuations, social clashes, collection of data, confusion in indicators, poor database, responding to crisis, COVID variants, terrorism, natural calamities, and wars. Strategies to be implemented by the professional accountants in the future would be creating inclusive goals and targets, enhancing the indicators, helping to create a strong database, active participation for SDGs, and creating robust economies. In my perspective, I think there's a few diversion towards SDG implementation. Diversion number 1 would include wars and conflicts, which are inflicted by terrorist groups and also inflicted by social class differences. For example, the condition of Afghanistan right now, I think it is infected by social class differences in my understanding. And diversion number 2 would be environmental preservation. There's very small steps towards sustainability here in my country, and I'm not very happy about that. So I've shared my contact details. You can connect with me here on Facebook Messenger. I'm not using Facebook right now because, of course, we have a lot of curriculum to study and I have no time for it. Thank you so much for listening with such great patience. And if there are any queries, I would like to address them now.
Thank you ever so much. Dr. Batra, may I come to you for any questions?
Yes, I would be happy to ask a question from Nilanjana.
Thank
you. Nilanjana, you just spoke about that out of 17 SDGs, there are 8 SDGs which are related to the professional accountants.
Yes,
so I would like to know from you that what is the contribution of the Institution of Chartered Accountants of Nepal towards these 8 SDGs which are related to the accounting professionals?
Yes, sir. It is very sad, but there's not much contribution done from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal. But however, it is doing so much efforts from its side. As you can see, I am an example of what Institute of Chartered Accountants has done, because 2 years back, I did not know what SDGs was. I didn't even have a hinge of an idea about SDG, but right now I know what SDGs are, and I'm giving a presentation here right now in front of you all about SDGs, its implementation, its importance. It's a huge step for me, and individuals like me are many in numbers here in Nepal. It's an enormous and positive step, as per my understanding. And other contributions, I would say, we have been doing some contributions from their side, but there's not much significant efforts that I see. So I would like to say, yes, they are doing, because they are implementing the sustainable development goals in our curriculum as well, and organizing discussions about SDGs and stuff. Yes.
Thank you, Nilanjana, for your answer. I hope the Institution of Chartered Accountant Nepal must be doing much better. Or maybe that you are not having the complete information about that, but not an issue. Thank you very much. Yeah.
It might be the case, sir. I'm sorry if I have misled you with the information.
I'm not saying that maybe must be doing much better. Maybe you are not aware, but anyways, not an issue, yeah.
So thank you so much. Also, I would like to apologize for this huge tika on my forehead, because it's the last day of the major festival here in Nepal, and I didn't want to just rub it off and hurt the sentiments of my grandfather. I hope it's not much of an issue for anyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nilanjana Mishra. Your sentiments about the festival is appreciated, your answer is appreciated, and your very pleasant demeanor is also appreciated. Thank you very much for your speech.
Thank you so much, sir.
Great to see Nepal represented by you and your other colleague as well. So thank you for the question, and let us give 1 minute silence for the judges. And while we give that silence, let us expect contestant number 15, speaker number 15, to get ready, please, in silence. Thank you. I've got one thumbs up from a judge. Chief Judge is okay. And yes, the judge is okay. And I believe Mr. Paul is also okay. So judges are ready. And Mr. Paul, you're okay? Thumbs up. Yes, thank you. And we move on to contestant number 15. And contestant number 15 is from Pakistan, Sumair Rahman, Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and Role of Professional Accountants. Sumair Rahman, the virtual platform is yours. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
I cannot hear you. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
And your picture is clear as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. More than 800 million people are still living on less than $1.25 a day. More than 198 million children are still not getting the basic education and there is more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than ever in the human history. So let me ask you a question. Do you think the world is going to be a better place next year or in the next decade? Can we end hunger, achieve gender equality, halt climate change, all in the next 10 years? Well, according to the government of the world, yes, we can. In the last few years, the world leaders were meeting at the United Nations agreed to a set of new global goals for the development of the world to 2030. And here they are. These Sustainable Development Goals are the product of massive consultation exercise, and they represent who we, humanity, wants to be. Now that's the plan. But do you think we can actually get there? The vision for the better world could really be achieved? And is there a role for us accountants to play? Distinguished panelists, honorable judges, and my dear ladies and gentlemen, I am Sumer Rahman from ICNI Pakistan, and I'm here to talk about the three most important things: what, why, and how, in the context to Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the role of professional accountants. So let's begin with the what. What are Sustainable Development Goals? In 2012, United Nations had a conference on sustainability at Rio. The objective of the conference was to build a set of global goals that can meet the urgency of economic, political, and environmental challenges the world is currently facing. And in 2015, United Nations launched these Sustainable Development Goals with an intent to be achieved by 2030. These Sustainable Development Goals are the replacement to MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, which was an initiative taken in 2000 to tackle the indigeneity of poverty. And let me tell you, MDGs were quite successful. We did not just achieve them, we exceeded them. More than 1 billion people were lifted out of extreme poverty. The child mortality rate dropped by half. The number of out-of-school children were also reduced by more than 50%, and the HIV/AIDS infection fell almost by 40% since 2000. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals aims to end poverty and hunger, protect plant, and ensure that all human lives a prosperous and fulfilling lives. So this was all about the SDGs. Let's move on to what are the roles of accountants in achieving these SDGs. Well, accountants can build a bridge between Sustainable Development Goals and the businesses. They can make businesses pursue an appropriate goal, ensure the alignment of sustainability with the business activity, and evaluate their performances. The profession of accountants has a direct influence on at least 9 Sustainable Development Goals, which are no poverty, quality education, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequalities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, peace, justice, and strong institution, and partnership for the goals. Moreover, accountants can encourage businesses to meet SDGs requirements. They can emphasize the importance of ethical behavior into the business. They can provide information to the decision makers about the sustainability factors, which could be added into the business reports. They can focus on the best practices at governance and stewardship. They can help businesses form strategic partnership with other institutions with the similar interests. And they can help businesses base their corporate reporting to 6 capitals of integrated reporting, which are human, social and relationship, natural, intellectual, manufacturing, and finance. Now, this was all about the why, and it's time to move on to the why. Why should we keep pushing SDGs? Well, let me tell you, there are hundreds of reasons why we should be working for Sustainable Development Goals 2030. But some of the most significant are more than 5.4 million children are still today living under the danger of death due to poor healthcare facilities. More than 800 million people are still living below the extreme poverty line. 1 in every 9 person does not get the required nourishment to live a healthy lifestyle. 840 million people does not have access to basic human requirements like electricity and cooking gas. And apart from that, climate action is running faster than us. And it may become irreversible by 2030. My dear ladies and gentlemen, gender inequality is at its peak today. More than 36% women has faced some or the other kind of sexual harassment in the last 12 months. More than 56% women has said they have faced street harassment once in their lifetime, and this needs to be stopped. This was the why, and now let's move on to the how. How to embrace the SDG journey? Well, it's a very simple 5-step process. Number 1, build your personal understanding about Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Know what they are doing and what impact they are trying to create. Adopt them in your life and become an ambassador of it. Start the organizational conversation about the Sustainable Development Goals and speak about them. Take an initiative, help your business or your organization understand which SDG actually aligns and resonates with your business objectives. Agree on them, measure them, and set targets for them. And the next is report the progress to the stakeholders. Let the world know how great you are doing. Not just for the businesses, but for the society as well. And the last step is to learn, and relearn, because it's a learning process. If you could achieve the Sustainable Development Goals targets, you can set a better target for the next tenure. And if you could not achieve it, it doesn't matter because you tried. You can go back to the process and start your process again. So to sum up the whole presentation, 3 things that we have discussed today are the Sustainable Development Goals and the role of accountants. Why should we keep pushing them? And how to embrace the SDGs journey. And it brings me back to my question again. Can the vision for the better world could really be achieved? And the answer to it is absolutely yes. And why accountants? Because as Peter Barker, the president of Business Council for the Sustainability said, the accountants are going to save the world. And yes, we are going to save the world because we are the superhero without the cape. If we could actually achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, it may create a business opportunity of $12 trillion. But if we could not, we may have to face another pandemic, and the world is not ready for it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Samir. Very good presentation.
Thank you.
Unless I don't see anyone else coming off mute, so I'll ask a question if I may. And you raised a number of social issues and human issues, and you mentioned the human capitals. Can you give me an example of how you see the role of the professional accountant in advancing the social and the human issues that we face in the world?
Well, let me give you a very basic example. I don't know how things works there, but in Pakistan, we have a lot of people who are living below the poverty line. And most of the organizations are not actually hiring them, but they're also giving them scholarships to study. And I am one of their examples. So this is very personal to me. And this is just one example. There are a lot of examples how the organizations are actually working. So.
Thank you.
So this is it.
That's,
there
yeah,
any
that's, thank you
question?
very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumay Rahman, for the answer. Thank you for the question from the Chief Judge. And now we approach the final speaker for the day. And the final speaker, I can see our Chief Judge is having a smile on her face when I said final speaker. But I think we have all enjoyed a fantastic session today. And while we give 1 minute silence for the judges to score speaker number 15, speaker number 16, Udyansila Pasan Vijayawardena will be getting ready silently and preparing, waiting for the judges to say, okay, to go ahead. Judges, are we ready? Yes, yes, yes.
Sir, can you?
No, thank you. Yeah,
Am I?
Your head is not visible. Yes, now you're visible. And you're.
Am I audible and visible clearly?
Yes, you are visible clearly. But if you move, you may not be. Your head is a little at the top. Right. Fine. Now, right. Now it's fine. So, contestant number 16 is ready. Judges are ready. And contestant number 16, speaker number 16 is Mudyansilage Pasan Vijayawardena, Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the role of professional accountants. Mudyansilage Pasan, the virtual platform is yours. Over to you.
Wonderful targets, but poor achievement. I'll say it again. Wonderful targets, but poor achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues, as well as that honorable panel of judges, professional accountants, do you know South Asia is the region with highest hunger level? Not only that, 29% of the extreme poverty in the whole world is reported from the South Asia. South Asian females are fighting for the gender equality. As well as that, in the other hand, 90 hectare millions of the irrigated lands were totally polluted because of the water erosion. With all these problems, there is an internal conflict ongoing inside the region. Ladies and gentlemen, if we have set wonderful goals, the achievement is poor. But still, we are losing sustainability in front of our eyes inside the South Asia. So what's your role? What's my role as the professional accountants before 2030? What should we do as the professional accountants to achieve 3 letters, SDG, Sustainable Development Goals? Number one, role number one. According to the Iruman's finding in 2019, ladies and gentlemen, professional accountants should introduce SDG element message to enrich the financial statements. That means, okay, sustainable development goal message should be enriched to financial statements, and this introduction should be done by our professional accountants. You everybody know. Nowadays, our professional accountants have embraced sustainability reporting because it is covering all the 3 pillars of the sustainable development: environmental, economic, and social pillars. Do you know 80% of all the companies in the entire world are now reporting on sustainability? 100% of the companies, top 100 companies in Japan and Mexico are also reporting on sustainability. As well as that, North America is giving the highest sustainability reporting rate, that is 90% in the entire region. Since 2017, many countries have adapted to integrated reporting. My question, who have introduced the sustainable development concept to our reporting program? Professional accountants, as well as that professional accountants have already found the right chemistry for the sustainability reporting. GRI, CDP, IIRC, SASB, and TCFD. Ladies and gentlemen, who have introduced these standards for the achievement of SDGs by 2030? Professional accountants. Let's refresh your memory regarding lecture hall lesson. Integrated reporting capital concepts. Can you remember the 6 capital concepts? Financial, manufactured, intellectual, human, social, and natural capital. Ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful story is the linkage between the sustainability reporting and integrated reporting capital concepts was created and was identified by Sena Ratna and Guna Ratna in 2018. Believe me, economic performance have linked with financial, intellectual, and manufactured capital. Social performances have linked with intellectual, human, and social capital. Environmental performances with natural capital. Who have created these kinds of linkages between sustainable development and the financial reporting? Yes, of course. Answer is professional accountants. Let's keep that task and role in future as well. In addition to that, in 2018, MEET has already introduced another important role, that is encouraging management to achieve SDGs through accounting recommendations. What is your weapon? What is the weapon of professional accountants? Yes, of course, your weapon is accounting recommendations. Use your weapon to give the fire signal to start the marathon of SDG achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, use your recommendations to achieve SDGs. For an example, country Sri Lanka. Yes, of course, it's a country with a very big gender wage gap. Sri Lanka is a state behind India, behind Bangladesh, behind Maldives. Under this kind of a background, if our professional accountants can introduce, can recommend equal pay system, definitely that will be an enough incentive to achieve SDG number 5, gender equality. So, ladies and gentlemen, please use your weapon, accounting recommendations, as much as in order to achieve SDGs before 2030. Can you remember the research finding of Augustia in 2015? I think you can remember. He emphasized that environmental management is another important role of the professional accountants, because we should contribute to save our non-renewable natural resources for the future of you as well as me. Ladies and gentlemen, with this nice intention, nowadays professional accountants have adapted to the environmental accounting. Thanks to environmental accounting, many companies in the world are now invested on environmental management. Can you remember the Corp Steel Company story in 2016? Yes or no? Yes. They have invested 2.0 billion of yens only for the environmental management. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not 1,000, it's not 10,000, it's not 1 lakh even. It's, believe me, 2.0 billion of yens only for environmental management. Environmental conservation, 21%, 2% on the waste recycling, another 9% on the water pollution prevention, another 68% on the air pollution prevention. Now we are slightly moving towards SDG 6 and 7 related to clean water and clean energy. SDG 13, 14, and 15, climate actions, life below water, life on land. All things happen because of environmental accounting. Let's expand this field with wonderful regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, with all these factors and roles, don't forget your main role. You should objectively convey financial information for the managers. Okay, I would like to ask a question. Right, tell me, who is taking the decisions in a business? Yes, of course, business managers. But business managers will take decisions based on whose financial informations? Financial informations of our professional accountants. Therefore, if our professional accountants can create link between their information with link between information and sustainable development goals, definitely we can provide incentive for the management to take SDG-friendly decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, please link financial capital with 14 SDGs. Manufactured capital can be linked with 10 SDGs. Intellectual with 9 SDGs. Human capital with 12 SDGs. Natural capital with 9 SDGs. And social capital can be linked with all 17 SDGs. Create such links between the SDGs and financial informations and provide SDG-friendly information for the managers. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear professional accountants, together with SDGs, you can't forget another important 3 letters, SME. Yes, according to 2019 IRMAN's finding, professional accountants should contribute to develop the accounting procedures of SMEs. SMEs? Why SMEs? Yes, of course. More than 600 millions of the SMEs are observed in Asian region. Only in Sri Lanka, more than 75% of the business enterprises in Sri Lanka are covered by SMEs. As well as that, more than 50% of the GDP is covered by what? SMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, with this background, we should contribute for the development of accounting procedures of SMEs in the entire world. If so, we will be achieving SDG number 8 and 9, decent work and economic growth, together with industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Together with all these things, I want to bring your attention towards the management accountant role presented by AICPA and CGMA in 2018. Management accountants should follow ethical behavior throughout the whole value chain. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we can understand there are many roles to play as the professional accountants. There are many roles to continue as professional accountants. There are many roles, but few years, only 9 years remain. So give your best for 3 letters, SDG. Just do it. Over to you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And just to be clear, contest master, my smile is for last but not least, right? So I'm going to take the last question if that's okay, unless again, yeah. So you mentioned the number of, especially in the US, of sustainable reporting, like organizations that are doing sustainable reporting. And you mentioned the role of the accountant in making recommendations. So at least in my experience, and again, in my role, what I've been hearing is that sustainability reporting is not necessarily being done by accountants. So how do we make that connection between the accountants that have these wonderful recommendations, that have the data, that have the information, and the people doing the sustainable reporting? How do we convince them we should be part of that world?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for such a wonderful question. It's really, really valuable question and timely question. Right, I think as you correctly mentioned, the contribution of accountants is a little bit low, especially in smaller scale companies. In larger scale companies, up to a certain extent, the focus on sustainable development is there. But since if we focus on sustainability development, definitely we will be not focusing more on profit. That's the main reason. That is not the profit maximization is not the main focus on sustainability development. That's why they are not focusing. What we can do, we can create and we can change the culture in every company. We need a very big role. Very big role should be done by the governments, right? That is my idea. Then government should create that culture. If government or the leader of the country is more focusing on SDGs, definitely not only accountants, even economists, even other people will also tend to follow what SDGs, because they will be following the leader's role. Then what happened if professional accountants in the major companies adapted to sustainability development, then they can show the benefits of that one to other companies by using awareness program series. And according to my idea, the government should facilitate that one. Then definitely what will happen is small and medium SMEs also will able to adapt to this sustainability reporting. Especially, okay, the people are not adapting to this sustainability reporting basically because of few reasons. In one aspect, it is too costly. It is too costly. The implementation cost is high. And manpower, the skillful manpower for this one, especially for the environmental accounting, right? The skillful manpower is very low. So government should take some steps, and professional accountants also should get together and take some steps to increase the skillful manpower to implement this sustainability reporting. In addition to that, there are some rules and regulations for some parts of the sustainability reporting. For example, in environmental accounting, there are ISO 14000, there are ISN, but still we don't have a very strong, powerful regulatory mechanism for environmental accounting. If we introduce those things, what happened? Okay, definitely these things will be enriched. If these things will be enriched, then we can pass the message of the sustainability reporting to every company through a mega scale awareness program series. I think large companies should start this first, then small companies will follow large companies.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much and welcome to you.
Contest Master, you're on mute. I think you're talking.
Thank you very much, Chief Judge. I didn't want to disturb anyone, that's why I was on mute. And if, with your beautiful question and answer, I forgot to unmute. Right, this brings us to the end of the contest, and I think we are very much on time. The time is 8:32, and we were supposed to finish the contest at 8:30, even though we started late and we went on with some of the speeches, but now we have got on time, and this is the time we are going to excuse the panel of judges from this platform, and you will then move out to a special room created by us for you on Zoom, and then please come back. And before you leave, may I invite the chairman of the contest, Mr. Ruchira Pereira, to address the audience.
Hi, Helen.
Hello.
Yeah, Helen, this is Ruchira. I am from the CMA Council. I have sent you an email for all the judges. So what you need to do now is you can exit from the main panel and you can go back to the separate Zoom link which I have created for the judges meeting. You can find the decision and come back to the main panel to declare the winners.
Can I just check who's sending the time report?
We will send the timers report. Is it okay if we email it to you?
That should be fine, yes.
Okay, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know whether it will be good for the timer to be present to give his report, and then thereafter he can exit.
Yes, the timer will log in with the report, sir. We'll email the timer's report, and the timer will also log in to answer any questions and then log out.
Good.
Right. So thank you very much for all the speeches, and now the time is right for us to meet the contestants. This is the time to meet the contestants, and the audience. I'm very happy. I'm so glad that there are many in the audience, as well as they have been an excellent audience. You have been very quiet and not disturbed the contest at all. So can all the participants give a loud applause online, virtual applause to all the contestants, all the visitors who have been watching you and cheering you on. Thank you to all the entire audience, including our organizers, as well as Professor Lakshmana Rottweiler, the president of Safa, and the distinguished invitees. Thank you very much. So can we now meet our contestants? So first contestant, Ibrahim Khan from Bangladesh. Ibrahim, can you tell me what you feel right now, having delivered the first speech in this contest. You opened the batting. You opened the batting for this event. And can you tell us a little about yourself? How old are you? What are you doing in Bangladesh right now? And what do you think of this online contest, first time held for the Safa Elocution contest?
First of all, I'm very glad that I have got this wonderful opportunity to present myself before such a rich crowd. And I'm currently having an articleship within KPMG Bangladesh. And it's been just 2 years that I'm pursuing CA, Chartered Accountancy. And being first time representing in such a wonderful contest, what I understood is there is a lot of challenge when you are the first presenter. So I had the pressure. However, I thought I managed those things well. And of course, I will be returning with a lot of learning from this event. And I will be happy to connect in the days to come. And I must thank Institute of Chartered Cost and Management of Accountants of Sri Lanka for organizing this wonderful event. And I will be looking forward to physical interaction as well in the coming years once the COVID overs, because this is not just a professional platform, this is also an opportunity to make cultural exchanges. And I will be gladly looking forward to that in the next years to come. Thank you so much.
Excellent comments, Ibrahim, and we look forward to meeting you physically as well. Thank you very much for participating and all the best to you in your future. Second contestant, speaker number 2, Ashrafi Benta Aslam from Bangladesh again. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Alaikum salam. You had a busy time getting to your location.
Yes.
Right. So tell me, tell us, what are you doing right now in your life? And
I am currently,
and also, what do you think of this contest?
I am currently studying in ICMA operation. I'm currently in management level. I will be finishing my professional degree hopefully very soon. I had a wonderful learning experience. This was my first time, being able to talk in front of so many qualified people. This was an opportunity for me to express myself, but I think I could do better, and I have learned how to speak properly in front of everyone from all the other contestants, and it was a really, really good event for me to be able to join. And of course, I want to thank ICMA Sri Lanka for organizing such an eminent event. I am very, very pleased to be here and very, very grateful for to be able to participate.
Thank you very much, Ashrafi Benta, for your participation. It's all about interacting and about developing yourself, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
We have speaker number 3, Mohammed Abu Hanif, also from Bangladesh. Mohammed Abu Hanif, how do you feel right now about this contest, and what is your plan for the future? Is he there? Yes, Abu Hanif, you don't seem to be connected. Is he there? Okay, we will come back to him. We move on to speaker number 4, and that would be from India, Tanmay Sharma. You were the first to make the presentation without any slides. And
Yes,
tell us about what you're doing right now in your professional life, and what your plans are for the future, for yourself and for India.
I'm right now pursuing chartered accountancy. I'm in my finals, and I'm doing my articleship from B. Gupta and Company. It's a firm situated in Ranchi. And for my near future, I'm pursuing chartered accountancy, and for India, I'm just trying to be a good citizen. I'm one by 1.25 billion India. If I'll make me better, my part of India will become better. So that's how I'm contributing. And this whole session, it was indeed it was very insightful. There was a lot to learn from other participants, and it was very good to see people from different parts of world coming together on a screen. First, earlier we thought that as it is not being held offline, it will not be as engaging. But on the contrary, it was very engaging and entertaining. I loved it. Thank you so much, all of us, to held so entertaining session.
So thank you, Tanmay. I think we have crossed all SDG borders. Gender balance is gone, age difference is gone. Young and old, we have all got together and worked it out nicely. So thank you for participating, and it was a pleasure to hear you from India. Thank you, Tanmay. All the best to you in your future.
Thank you, sir.
Speaker number 5. Speaker number 5, Mr. Fahmid Chowdhury, also from Bangladesh. Yes, similar question. What are you doing right now? What are your plans for the future? And how do you feel about this contest?
I am currently pursuing my articleship under ICAB and associated with KPMG Bangladesh. So currently, my plan is to fulfill my articleship, and then and within or after that, I want to I want to see myself as a ACA firstly, and it is planned for myself and for the country. I want to be I want to do something that will add a value in future, not in the short term, in the long term. But currently, it is not possible. Inshallah, in future, I will be focusing on something, inshallah. Regarding this competition, I initially when I came to know that it will gonna happen online, I was kind of demotivated as Tanmay said earlier, that that is not very engaged, that will not be very engaging, as if we visited offline, we can share all of our cultures and communication, and there will be a networking. But as it has held on the online, so this portion was missing to some extent. But if we thought from the other hand, due to this COVID, in the last year, this contest was not held. So from that perspective, it was a good thing to understand. And from my experience in this contest is much more better, as I have focused on many things and many areas that I should be looking forward to, and I should be developing myself, seeing the other participant from the different parts of the Asia. And this is, thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Fahmid Chowdhury. All the very best in your future. Speaker number 6, Ahmed Tanveer from Pakistan. What are your views? And I also like to congratulate Pakistan on at the moment they have 4 wins out of 4 in the T20 World Cup, and your Prime Minister cricketer is leading the way. So what are you going to do for Pakistan in the accounting field?
What I'm going to do in Pakistan, first of all, I thank you very much for the greetings that you sent, because Pakistan has currently won 4 out of 4 and was the first team to reach the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup. And you know how much craze is in Pakistan, and one can understand that why there is so much craze. So the second question was that what I want to do for Pakistan after becoming a professional accountant. Yes. I want to just represent Pakistan. I want to first of all become a part of the committees of the chartered accountancy body of my country. First of all, just create awareness about what we as accountants should be doing, and then take the mission forward to international accountancy bodies. So basically, I want to represent Pakistan and IGAP at the international accountancy bodies, and this is a thing really of a good honor. So that's my purpose.
Thank you very much, Ahmed Tanvir, and I wish you all the best and hope you achieve your personal goals as well as you climb the corporate ladder.
And I would like to just request the Safa forum through this conversation that each and every one of the contestants, it was a really good experience interacting with all of the contestants. And it is my wish that we as contestants remain connected in the future. So if Safa can provide us a platform where we can remain connected with each other, that would be a really good outcome of this competition.
A very good suggestion. I'm sure the president of Safa and the president of CMA Sri Lanka, who is the organizing body of this contest, Professor Vatuvela, will definitely consider your request, and I'm sure something fruitful will continue to happen. Thank you, Ahmed, for your suggestion. We now move to contestant speaker number 8, and that is a young lady from India, Begum Shahjahan Shabnam. You also followed your colleague without using any presentation slides, and you did a wonderful job. So can we also have your comment from a gender, another angle of ladies representing India? Please tell us, what are your feelings? What is your plan now? What are you doing now? What is your plan for the future? And what is your idea for India?
Thanks so much. I'm very glad and I'm very happy. Like I have got an opportunity. Like
Not very loud, not very loud. I think it's not coming through properly.
Hello, is it audible, sir?
Now is better. Yes.
Sir, I'm very glad that I have got an opportunity and a platform like this. I'm super excited because I could meet a bunch of talents from all over the world. What I noticed is that each one of you were diverse. Each were having one speciality which made the grab attention of the audience itself. The one was good at the way they speak, then the other will be good in expressing, then the other will be good at body language. What I learned from here is that I have been enjoying the presentations of each and every my fellow participants, and what I had got an opportunity to learn various things from my fellow participants. So currently I have completed my articleship of 3 years and I'm pursuing the finals. In the near future, of course, I have to become a chartered accountant, but on a longer goal, I want to try for the civil services. That means the Indian civil services, and go to a better position. And I want to be a good, proud citizen, like what my fellow member Tanmay told. We want to be a good citizen. We have to spread positivity. We have to get positivity. And I thank CMA Sri Lanka for being such a wonderful host. And I'm very glad and lucky to meet such vibrant talents from all around the world. But I was a little heartbroken when this program was online. But I was wishing to meet all of you online, offline at Sri Lanka, but it was missed. So that's a little bit, I'm sad because of that, but hope everything will be fine. So it's so happy and so fine to meet all of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your sentiments, but you must understand that because of COVID, there is quarantine issues and a lot of problems. So without Professor Vatuvela's vision to make this happen online, we couldn't have even met like this. And as one of the contestants said, now we have met online, we can make it happen that we meet physically. You can make a trip here, we can make a trip there, and you can continue the interaction amongst the contestants and make the Safa proud.
Yes,
so
sir,
thank you very much and wish you all the very best.
Sort of vibrant and a powerful contest master. So thank you so much. I had now become a fan of you. So
Thank
you're
you.
great. So thank you.
Well,
I think, Ryan, you should mention that how you are doing the speechcraft program, online. I think they will all be encouraged with what you're doing.
Yes, sir. We'll finish this and I'll make my comments so that overall, after we listen to everybody. Thank you, sir. I'll do that. So now we go on to contestant number 10. And contestant number 9. Inshaf Ahmed from Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka.
He's not there.
Inshaf is not there.
Excuse me, sir. This is Shamri. Inshaf left the meeting for an urgent matter. He'll be in a while.
So he's
Right.
set to inform.
Okay, right. So we will come back to him later. Then speaker number 10, Dilani Marian Jatilaka from CMA Sri Lanka. So Dilani, we would like to know from you, you are part of the host team. What are your feelings about the contest, and what do you have to tell your fellow participants from the Safa countries?
It has been a privilege all throughout to be a part of the entire CMA family, and also to be a Sri Lankan all throughout. It's always a pleasure whenever I represent my country in whatever the competition, in whatever the capacity it may be. Still again, I'm always happy to represent Sri Lanka as a Sri Lankan. And apart from that, especially with regard to this competition, I think, as you rightfully said, even having it online was a big, I would say, eye-opener for everyone who thinks that things who are always having a negative mindset of like not having things if the normal criterion is not being followed. But I think so the initiative taken by Professor Vattavala is indeed great, and it was a pleasure to see all of them, each one of them, as one of the contestants earlier said, there was something to take from everyone. And I think that's the biggest part. Whether you win or lose, at the end of the day, it's what you collect and what you take to the future and what you would hand over down to the future, just as you and everyone at CMA, everyone at all the other institutes have been doing. The guidance given throughout is immense. As for me, I like to keep my eggs in several baskets, depending on the economic situations, everything around the world. So I have so many jobs at hand, doing so many things together. Nonetheless, it was a pleasure to be with you all in this wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
So thank you. And I think one of the best things that have come out of this is that all 15 contestants who took part today, as somebody suggested, you need to network and make friends and be part of the Safa family. So thank you, Dilani, and wish you all the best in your future.
Thank you so much.
So we go on to speaker number 11, from one young lady in Sri Lanka to another young lady in Nepal. So Ms. Prakriti Aryal, what do you feel right now about the contest, and what are you doing in your life, and what is your plan for the future?
First, I'm very happy to be here right now because I've been waiting for this from a year and more, because we didn't had it in between and I was supposed to be there. And I wanted to wave to everybody saying hi, because if I was there, I would have hugged each and every one of you and it would be amazing. But thank you so much, sir, for organizing this. I mean, thank you so much. I'm just very grateful to be here. Right now, I'm on 3rd year of my articleship and it's about to finish. So I'm going on for my finals finally. And after that, obviously, I want to be chartered accountant very soon. And after I go through my chartered accountants, probably I will align my profession with something that's related to SDG, because I really like development sector. And yeah, that is that. But everybody here, I would really like to talk to you guys and, connect and everything. So let's connect somewhere like WhatsApp and everything.
Yes, that would be a wonderful idea. Maybe you can form a WhatsApp group and you can keep in touch. And I'm sure you can also visit each other, Nepal, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka.
Sure, you guys are welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we move on to our contestant number 12, and that would be Mohammad Shamri Shafir from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. So probably, Shamri, you might have to speak for your colleague as well. So at the moment, maybe you can tell us your feelings about this contest, as well as what are you doing now and what do you plan for the future?
Actually, it's a great pleasure to be part of this contest with different nationalities, and it's a blessing for me to be a part of this valuable contest. And this is my first time of participation at a Safa contest. And currently, I'm working at KPMG, and I'm in my 2nd year of training. And I'll be sitting for my final chartered accounting exams in next year. So until that, I'll be continuing with my training. So as few brothers and sisters said that it's better to have a network with us. So
So we can like we can mingle with others through even through WhatsApp. That would be better. So we can have that bond. So which is like much more fit to our future. And I think that the future council members of each and every organizations would be here today. So I hope that this would be much more better. And I would like to thank CMA Sri Lanka for organizing this event despite the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was a great event today. And thank you very much, our contest master. You are doing a great job today with your moderating and with handling the program. All the best. And I would like to wish everyone all the very best and hope we'll meet physically in future someday. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Shamri, and I wish you all the best at KPMG and in your future as well. Right, now we go on to a young lady from Pakistan, our speaker number 13, Tamkenat Ara. And I have a different question for you. Are you there? Yes.
Yes, I am.
One thing is, firstly, for you to tell us what you are doing now in terms of your career. And secondly, I want to put you in the spot. Since you're a lady, I want to ask you how you felt about Pakistan beating India for the first time in a T20 World Cup cricket match as a Pakistani lady. What do you feel, and how? Let us hear your honest. I didn't want to ask this from your Pakistani colleague who is a male, because cricket is down his up his stream. But you, as a Pakistani lady, did that bother you, or did it impact you at all, that victory over India in the World Cup?
Thank you. First of all, I would just like to thank ICMA Sri Lanka for organizing this event. I am doing my articleship currently from Air Ferguson, PwC in Lahore, and I am done with 2.5 years of my articleship, and I have 1 year left. Coming to your second question, actually, I think in Pakistan, I don't know how other countries, other South Asian countries feel about this, but in Pakistan, everybody is a fan of cricket regardless of gender. So it's not a gendered thing. I have actually watched all of the matches myself, all Pakistan matches, and I've watched them with a lot of fervor and enthusiasm. And I mean, obviously, you know, the defeat that we give to India, you know, it has a historic monument. But other than that, like, all of the victories have been really amazing, and Pakistan has really done a wonderful job. And I think this is one of Pakistan's best cricket team at the moment, alhamdulillah.
Actually, not best cricket team, because of your prime minister, who was a cricketer who won the World Cup in 2002. He has made sure that these guys perform. And at the end of the day, anyway, I think you should win the World Cup this time. And since Sri Lanka is already out of the World Cup, we wish that happens. But I'm sorry for India for the moment. But anyway, end of the day, thank you very much for your sentiments. And end of the day, it's not how you win or lose, but it's how we play the game. And the game was played well. And that is what is important going forward in any forum, whether it is sport or whether it is this contest today. So next we move on to contestant number 14, from one beautiful young lady to another in Nepal. So Nilanjana Mishra, tell us about your, you have told us a lot in your speech, but apart from your speech, what are you doing right now in your profession, your professional career and your student career, as well as what are your plans for your career path, and what about Nepal and its future, and how do you see this contest coming online at this time?
I'm currently pursuing my CA finals, and I have already completed 2.5 years of my articleship. I'm giving exams for the CA final this December, and I'm preparing for the exams. This contest has been like a dream, you know, like I wanted to come to Sri Lanka. I visited Sri Lanka once before as an NCC cadet, and I just feel like, it's just such a happy, jolly place. Everyone is so frank, and I even memorized so many Sri Lankan songs like Yamang Wanda Visa Walanda, and even the songs like I'm your one and only one, you're my one and only one, I'm your ever loving one. And I wanted to increase the circle of South Asian friends that I have. Of course, who doesn't want to? I even listen to Bangladeshi songs. I love Kona, like I really love her. I listen to her songs. And for Pakistan, I like the way they just show respect, like the words Tashrif Lai, and they're just so, the way they give respect to others, that's something that I feel like I should really learn. Indians are very bindas, like we're gonna do it, let's do it, rock it kind of people. And Maldives, I mean, it's a dream country. Like, who doesn't want to go to Maldives? Everyone does. I know everyone does. And for Nepal, it's somewhat very similar to Bangladesh, I feel like, because I feel like we have a lot of similarities in our languages. Not only Bangladesh, even Sri Lanka, because the words Yojana and all, Hindi, Sri Lankan, and Nepalese and Bangladesh, we all have similar languages. We kind of bind together anywhere. People give me compliments that you look like a Sri Lankan, you look like a Bangladeshi, you look like an Indian. Whenever I go to an international conference, they always say like, oh, you don't look very different from my people in my country, That's really fun to hear. And I wanted to make more friends, but sadly, this opportunity was snatched from me. But I feel like we are connecting more because of this after event that has been organized, because before we were just looking at the presentations, but now we understand the sentiments a little bit more. We understand that females in Pakistan are even enthusiastic about cricket, because I personally have no interest in cricket at all. That is something new for me. And
Nilanjana, I
Yes,
am
sir.
very happy to continue hearing you, but our judges have come now, so I think we can chat later and put maybe have the WhatsApp group up and running, and we can do that. So before the judges, I go to them. Let's interview very briefly, quickly, contestant number 15. From Pakistan, Sumail Rahman, you have been smiling. I have been watching you. You have been itching to talk about various things. Okay.
Actually,
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying this after event thing. Like, it's like a very interactive session. I'm actually feeling like right now I'm with you guys. Like, I'm there, and it's very physical. Although we are virtual, but it's a very great thing. I really want to thank you for having this event. It's not just about learning opportunity, but it was actually breaking the barriers about cultures. I actually think that I can make so many new friends, and I'm actually going to inbox you all and really look forward to a long-term collaboration with you guys. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sumail, and wish you all the very best, Sumail,
Thank
in
you.
the future. Right, and contestant number 16 is Pasan from Vijayavardhana from Sri Lanka. Yes, briefly, can you tell us, this is also another young man with multiple job incentives, like he's also, I think, a video presenter as well. So yes, Pasan, what do you have to say about this contest?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the opportunity, and thanks a lot for the Safa. So it was an amazing experience. However, I'm the last presenter in this session as well as in the speaking session as well. I can remember I have participated for some South Asian contests as well earlier, but in those also I was the last, because Sri Lanka, according to alphabetical order, Sri Lanka comes to the last. So I was the last present in every competition. So happy to become the last. However, so it was a really good experience. However, I think after Ahmed raised that idea, okay, to have a bond among us, okay, majority in this platform started to speak on that one. I think it's time to achieve 17th SDG number 17. So it's better to formulate a small association, if possible, if Safa committee provide us to establish a small student union or student movement of this under the Safa governing bodies, then it will be helpful to share our knowledge aspects among us. So finally, I would like to say thank you for everyone and respect you all. Good luck.
Thank you very much. So we have something, a message for our president, Mr. Lakshman, Professor Lakshman Vatawala, as well as the president of Safa and the council members. So we'll get to that a little later. May I now invite our chief judge, Miss Helen Partridge, to kindly, I don't know in which order you're going to do this, whether you're going to give a few comments and then give the result, or whether you're going to give the result and say a few comments. It's up to you, in your hands. Over to you, Madam Helen.
Thank you so much. Let me just offer a few comments, if I may, and then I'll get to the winners. It is an honor to be here and participate in this excellent event. Thank you to my fellow panel of judges, to Mr. Paul Thompson, Mr. Jai Kumar Batra, and Mr. Mohammed Haleen. And also thank you to Safa and Mr. A.K. Dawa Hussain, as well as the contest master for the invitation. Congratulations to all you panelists. You did a wonderful job. Even today, and I'm a 20-year veteran in this career, in this profession, and I still get nervous. I still get anxious. And it's so important to be prepared and also to be passionate about what you're speaking about, right? And that passion came across in so many of you. I think events such as this are so exciting to me. You are the future of the profession. Exploring areas such as these and how we will maintain a sustainable, resilient profession are just so important. I think we're exploring more areas, and there's a risk that if we go into sustainability, but we don't have people such as yourselves coming in, we're not going to make an impact. We're not going to fulfill the need. So I do encourage each of you, don't end your research here. Do not end your messages here. Amplify them, make them more impactful, take them to social media. And you can help us to attract additional talent and keep the profession evolving and moving forward for another 100 years. I think to steal some of the language from Mr. Hussain earlier, you guys are the future guardians of the profession. Personally, I think I need to find a way to amplify your voice at the IFAC level. I think keeping it within Safa alone, there's so much more we can say and do. Connecting you guys with students around the world. So it's one of my platforms going into next year is how do we evolve the profession? How do we build the profession? How do we make people understand what we are capable of? Because we're not just bookkeepers. We're not just in the finances. There's just so much more we can do. So I look forward to hearing your voices further. If it's okay with Safa, I will be reaching out and figuring out how we can continue this dialogue and make your voices louder. So without further ado, let me announce the top three, and starting with third place, and I'm going to apologize if I get the names wrong. Third place was Mudayan Salaj Pasan from CMASL. In second place is Bigam Shahjahan Sabnam from ACAI. And in first place, congratulations to Tanmay Sharma, also from ICAI. But again, congratulations to all panelists. You all did a wonderful job.
Papa.
You're on mute again, contest master.
I didn't want to disturb you, so I was okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chief Judge, for the results and the announcement. Congratulations to the winners. And as Professor Lakshmana Vatawala mentioned, may I just tell you a little bit of what CMA Sri Lanka has been doing. And that is that since the COVID happened in 2019, before that, in 2015, Professor Lakshmana Vatawala was able to see the vision of introducing public speaking, communication skill development through the Speechcraft program to all the students of CMA. He started this program in 2015 March, and by the end of 2016, I think, he made this program, Speechcraft program, compulsory for every student who wishes to become a member, that he should complete the Speechcraft program. So having done that, today we have just completed batch number 27. Each batch has an average of 25 students. And when the COVID happened, we were at a standstill, not knowing what to do. And then I have a Toastmaster background, and then I told Professor Vatawala that Colombo Toastmasters is doing online, and I have the capacity, I think, with his blessing, we can do the Speechcraft program live, online. So he said, let's try it out. And when we did try it out, we had amazing results because there were Sri Lankans who were living in Maldives, working in Saudi Arabia, working in Dubai, who enrolled because they said if they were not able to come online, they could never have got the CMA membership. So it happened, and then we went from strength to strength, and today we have discovered the method of being totally active, interactive. So as you see, I have body language, I have everything online, and when I make the presentations, I jump up and I'm doing everything online. So all also have to get encouraged, get up and do it. So we were able to do it, and the screen was never a bother. The main problem we had was the data that you need to get online and the connection. Sometimes the connection gets disturbed. But if you have the data and the connection is clear, you can learn without any interruption. So that is the message I want to share with you. And as Professor Vatavara said, he will also now speak now and make a few comments. So
can we recognize the three winner and the
yes.
three people? Why
So
not
the
give
winner,
so that they can come and
yes. The winner of the contest today is Tanmay Sharma from India. Can we show your hand, please? Congratulations and
thank you so much.
Right. If you speak, she'll come on the. Okay, congratulations and all the very best.
Yes, so I'll announce and then come back to you. Second place is Begum Shahjahan from also India.
Can you speak a few words? Then you come on the screen, please.
So we'll come back after announcing the third place. I'll go back to the winner. So the third place is Pasan Vijayawardena from Sri Lanka. So those are the first three places. And now can we invite Tanmay Sharma to say a few words on your victory?
Thank you so much, sir. It means a lot for me. And it's not my victory. It's the victory of my nation behind me, backing me up, my family, my friends, my colleagues, and the Institute of Chartered Accountancy of India, who has shown the trust and belief in me. And first of all, I was very skeptic that should I use the PPT or shouldn't I use the PPT? Because it was said students may use. So I thought, no, I'll speak on my own. I'll be the medium of conveying my thoughts and feelings. And I did a great job. I did my best. And being said that, I heard everybody, and everybody was a very tough competition. I was very, very nervous after hearing everybody. After every speaker, I was getting more anxious and anxious that, oh my God, he's speaking so well. So I came first. That's incidental, and I may be fortunate today. It's a subjective thing, but everybody speak very well. Everybody has come to this stage. Everybody is deserving. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your humble sentiments. And now we go to our first runner-up, Begum Shahjahan Shabnam.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I'm very happy and I'm very glad. I'm very glad that two of us who represented the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India could bag a prize. I'm very happy. Congrats, Tanmay. And myself and Tanmay had a discussion on whether we should use a PPT, but we thought that we ourselves are the tool. People should look into us and we should express our feelings with the body language with what we have, and thus we have avoided the PPT. And I'm very glad that whatever was my intention of conveying, it had come out right. So being this opportunity, I am so happy that among this bunch of so much talented people, like I could bag a prize. No one is a better speaker than any other one or any other participants over here. But today the decision is this. I'm very happy and very happy that I could win a prize for India. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, all the best to you. Congratulations. Now we go to our second runner-up, Pasan Mudyansilage Pasan Vijayawardena from Sri Lanka.
Okay, thank you for giving this opportunity. And I'm so happy because of three reasons.
Number one is my name, the Pasam Vijayawardhan, was announced in an international plenary. Thank you very much. And two, my institution, my lovely institution like CMA Sri Lanka, the name of CMA Sri Lanka was already announced in the international plenary, as well as that the third reason is my nation, country, Sri Lanka's name also was announced in this plenary. Thank you very much. Respect you all. And once again, I would like to pay that request. Please, if you can, please make a platform for to engage together and do something for the accounting field together as giant leaders in future. Thank you. Good luck.
So thank you very much. Now may I invite Professor Lakshman R. Vataveda, sir, as the host president, to please say a few words at this moment.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Let me first of all thank our panel of judges. I think they have had a I'm sure that it was a very tight competition and very well done job, and the selection of the final three people. So let me thank the chairperson, Ms. Helen Partridge, together with the other three who have done a very excellent job. And I'm sure that their task was not easy, but I'm sure they have done and selected the right people. Then let me thank all our participants, because they've really done very excellent job. And as many expressed themselves, it was like being present physically. I think it was really a very big difference. We know that sometimes our method of meeting people are much more closer when we meet online rather than physical. And I'm very happy that everyone not only made their best effort, but also enjoyed themselves in this particular event. And my congratulations to all of you, because you have really represented your institute, you have represented your country, and then done your best in order that the Safa contest would be a very grand success. Then let me congratulate the winners. I think we are very happy that they have made very excellent presentations, very high quality from the Safa side. Sharma, my congratulations and best wishes. I think you have done extremely well. I think you have done proud not only to your institute and, as you mentioned, to India, but also more proudly to Safa, because Safa is a combination of all the South Asian nations, and I think we are all very overwhelmed with your victory. And let me congratulate and wish you all the very best, and you have a very bright future, because the people who are able to speak, able to communicate well, they will definitely be able to go to the top. And of course, I think one of our participants mentioned that you all are going to be the future council members of your institute. So I'm sure that we look forward to see you not a council member, but maybe the president of your institute, and that you need to do extremely well. Then of course, the second one, Begum, let me congratulate you and wish you all the very best, because you were talking of gender equality, and I'm sure that you have done proud to your institute, to your country, to your gender. I think that's the most important thing, and we are very happy that the panel of judges have been able to select you, and also to represent the females. And we do hope that you will also be able to complete your exams, qualify, and do extremely well, and maybe have a lady council member on your institute. I know there are very few, but I'm sure you could also look into that direction. So my congratulations and best wishes. And of course, in third place is Pasan. I think Pasan has made a very good contribution, and of course, he seems to be the representative of the host body, CMA Sri Lanka, and I think we are also very proud, because one of our own students have been able to get this. And Pasan, let me wish you all the very best, and I'm sure that you too will play a very important role in your position. And with all this, I must also thank our contest master, Diana Bevodna. He must be proud, because Pasan is one of his products. He has trained them, and I'm sure that that will be a very, very good indication of what you have done and your results that are there. So let me thank the others. I think I must thank Mr. Uchiro Pereira, because he was really the one who organized this, and we had so many meetings, and of our staff members, the people who had handling the technology area, and of course the other staff members who did a tremendous job. And Mudit, I don't know whether Mudit is there, but Mudit did an excellent job. You know, Mudit, we are very, very, your strong connections with us. I know how you attend to your work, and I'm very, very happy that you were able to do an excellent job, get all these countries, because it's not 1 or 2 or 3, but I think 8 nations and maybe 15 participants is not an easy way to get it, to get them to conduct their competitions, the country competitions, the institute competitions, and get them to participate. So that has been all coordinated well, because what we thought was we have to fix the date, we have to go ahead and do it. And as professional accountants, you should know that you have to make things happen. Whatever it is, whether it is COVID or whatever it is, we have done the job and we have made it happen. So I'm very extremely happy and thankful to everyone, because I'm sure our Ms. Partridge is there from IFAC. You are also playing a very, very major role, because most of the things that were taken were from whatever publications that you have put. Of course, Paul, I'm very happy. Paul has been involved more on the SME sector, working with us. He's been to Sri Lanka. So we invite all of you, when the things are normal, that we would like to invite all of you and also to give the awards. But anyway, we have the 3 prizes. We will work with the Safa Secretariat and make that road. So once again, let me thank everyone who has done this thing. And before we conclude, we have our Vice President of Safa, Mr. Hennayaka Bandara. He is representing Safa. The President is not here at the moment. So may I now invite Mr. Hennayaka Bandara, who is representing Safa as the Vice President, to give his concluding remarks before our contest master does the final words. Okay,
sir, actually, Professor Mr. Hennayaka Bandara is delivering the vote of thanks. So,
yeah, but anyway, I think let him speak on behalf of Safa first. Yeah.
Okay.
So that
I can cover probably the entire thing through my vote of thanks speech.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Then you can continue, and
you don't want to speak now. Okay, then. Yeah, okay. Then maybe you can continue on your.
Yeah, because Mr. Hennayaka Bandara will have 2 roles. One is the vote of thanks as well as
right. No, that's okay. Continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to invite Mr. Paul Thompson to give a very brief 30-second or 60-second comment on your feelings today.
That's very, very kind of you to give me that opportunity just to share a few words with everybody. You know, like Helen and the other judges, we were really bowled over by the consistent high quality of the presentations. All the contestants did fantastically well. I think all contestants are winners today, not just those that got the first 3 places. You know, as I see it, you guys collectively are the future of the accountancy profession in South Asia, and consequently, I think the profession in South Asia is in safe hands, in your safe hands going forward. My final remark was, I think it's a fantastic idea to establish some new Safa committee. It might be a future leaders committee or something of that ilk, and I think all of you would be great founding members of such a committee. That's all I wish to share with you from here, speaking from the New York City metro area. And Helen, I believe you're just up the road as well. We started the day in the dark, quite literally, because it was so early. Now the sun is shining, yeah, it's been a great way to spend my Saturday morning, I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Thompson. for your kind comments. And now we will move to Dr. Jai Kumar Batra. Sir, few minutes, 1 minute if possible, your valuable comments.
Thank you very much, sir. At first, I'm very delighted to judge this event. I am also, I used to be a professor before joining ICAI. So, and I have judged so many events, so many competitions like this. But today, what I felt, it was one of the toughest decisions to be taken, where 15 participants were there from the Safa countries. So it was one of the toughest job for me to judge or evaluate the best performer. And the way they presented, the quality of the presentation, everything was good. And I am very thankful to Safa for giving me this opportunity. And I wish that I will continue to be a part of these events in future also as well. So congratulations to Safa, CMA, Sri Lanka for conducting this event successfully. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your kind remarks and appreciation. Now we move on to the last final judge, Mr. Mohammed Halim from Maldives. Sir, your brief comment.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. And it is a privilege for me to work with other very distinguished fellow judges. And today, it was not an easy decision for us to choose the winners because the level is really high. So this is a good sign that we have a future, and we believe the future is very bright for Safa. Collectively, we can have a voice, and we are just moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now is the time of Mr. Hennaka Bandara, the Vice President of Safa, as well as the Vice President of CMA Sri Lanka. And sir, the honor is yours to also conclude with the vote of thanks. Please welcome Mr. Hennaka Bandara with a round of applause.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening to all of you. President Safa, panel of judges, dear contestants, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me congratulate the winners of the Safa Elocution contest and all other contestants who participated in the contest. In fact, all of you have performed in an excellent manner, proving your abilities as future-ready accountants. My best wishes to all of you. I hope you have all enjoyed today's event, and on behalf of Safa, it is my privilege now to propose a vote of thanks to all those who helped make this contest happen. First, I would like to thank the President and the members of the Board of Safa for accepting the proposal made by CMA Sri Lanka and giving the policy direction to conduct the contest virtually in view of the travel restrictions. I would like to thank Mr. J. Jaira, Chairman, Committee on Education, Training and CPD, and members of the committee for selecting the timely important topics for the contest. Let me also thank the President, members of the Council and staff of CMA Sri Lanka for the valuable contribution made in organizing, hosting and conducting the contest. I would like to recognize and appreciate the guidance provided by Professor Lakshmanara Vatavela, President, and technical support extended by Mr. Ruchira Pereira, Council member of CMA Sri Lanka. My special thanks to Mr. Delhausen, President Safa, for taking time off to address all of you and encouraging students of Safa members, Safa member bodies to participate in the similar events to share their experiences and strengthen the link among member bodies. More importantly, I would like to thank and appreciate the valuable contribution made by the panel of judges headed by Ms. Helen and Mr. Paul Thompson, Dr. Jay Kumar, and Mr. Mohammed Hakim. This event would be impossible without your support. Thank you all. My special thanks to Contest Master Mr. Dayan Abhivardhana for the guidance provided and the brilliant job done. Finally, I would like to thank Mr. Modit and Safa Secretariat for the excellent work done and support extended to conduct a successful program, and all contestants for your participation. Thank you all. Stay safe. Take care. Good night to all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There's one more thing to be done, and I want all of you to turn your cameras on for the group photograph, the screenshot, which is most important for the future annals of the history which Safa has created this evening. Our technical officer will take the photograph. So please take your seats and all be present. Ibrahim Khan, are you there? Please open your screen. CMA Sri Lanka, there are two participants. They are in the CMA Sri Lanka Institute, and there they are together, the team. And Mr. Tarindu,
yes, sir, I am. Yes, I'm taking.
I think we can all say either cheese or smile. I, of course, have a smile always. So
hold on.
Sometimes it's taken off by difficult times. Otherwise, we all smile. Madam Helen, move up a bit more because your name is blocking your face. Right? Okay. I like the way everybody is silent. Is it okay, Charandu?
Wait, sir. Give 12 seconds. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Contest Master, can you announce about the quiz competition tomorrow?
Yes, the quiz competition is happening tomorrow, and you are expected to log in. Expected to log in at 10:30 a.m. Is that correct?
Can you mute? Can you mute?
Can we ask Mr. Ruchira Pereira, who is the chairman of the committee, to make the announcement, please?
Right. So tomorrow we'll be having the competition at 10:30 a.m. But contestants should log in at 9:30 a.m. because, like what we did here, we'll be having a draw around 10 o'clock Indian Standard Time. So if you are competing, you need to log in by 9:30 a.m. But we are starting the competition at 10:30 a.m. That's all that.
Okay. I believe the judges won't have a problem with that time. You have different judges.
No, we have different judges.
Right. So the judges from New York, you don't have a problem. You can take a break. And so thank you very much for the opportunity that we have had to host this wonderful historic occasion. And I believe kudos and salute to our leader, visionary leader, Professor Lakshmana Vatavela, who will always take on any idea and make sure that the positive aspect is always fulfilled. So with the final thought and word of the united message of these contestants, they would like to continue the networking, and they would appeal to the hierarchy of Safa to consider maybe a students association or something where the networking can continue and expand among the Safa nations, as well as taking on the generous offer by Miss Helen Partridge, where the Safa should be connected to the rest of the world through what she has in her program. So may all this happen, and may the world be a better place for you and me and the rest of the entire world. Good night. God bless. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night to all. Thank you.